Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for, wow, we're in December, Friday, December the 1st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, guys. You can hear me, see my screen, and let me do one thing. That might clear up some audio issues if anybody is having any. So let me just do one thing. Oh, whoops. All right. Should be back. So before I start, look at Path, guys. So this turned out to be just a fabulous trade of the week. Had earnings yesterday after hours, and it wasn't recommended that you held through earnings, but man, what a nice move. The trigger was what, 1860, I think, 1860. That was the trade of the week, and it's at $23 right now. Funny, Candace. So yeah, there's Path, and that's a big move. That's a big move here. No, I don't understand this Nexi at all. It's halted. NEXI, it is halted. The company had announced on November, basically going out of business, announced on November 2nd, the board unanimously approved the liquidation and wind up of the company. So I don't know what's going on with this right now. I mean, it's up 351%. It's halted. Don't have any idea what this means. Now, PAPL, I don't see it on my list anymore. Oh, it's right there. Okay. Had a big pop. Canadian company said they were going into Western Canada, financial company going into Western Canada. But man, that was not shortable for me. No, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Another low float, though. Again, low float mania, definitely. That's what we're in right now. Alt, another one. Not a low float, 52 million in the float. That's a big move for 52 million. I mean, that's not a high float, but it's certainly not low. To be up 76%, again, all these companies trying to come up with obesity drugs. Shots, pills, drugs. Don't eat. There you go. Eat less. Work out more. Paramount. So Paramount, news on this one, PARA, might be doing a deal with Apple to bundle Apple and Paramount in a streaming service. They're discussing bundling their streaming service. Okay. Well, it is amazing though, isn't it? All these obesity drugs ever since that mystery one that was advertised forever without giving the name on TV forever. You know, Ozempic. CMND, here's another one. CMND, another obesity drug using a little psychedelic action. So there's CMND. Pixie, P-I-X-I, sorry, P-I-X-Y, not an obesity drug, because I don't think it is. Yeah, this one had a big day yesterday and now a follow through. Don't really see any. Oh, that's right. They filed a non-timely 10K. That was the news yesterday. And then for whatever reason, actually they had filed that the day before yesterday after hours. The reaction was during the market hours, and now some kind of a follow through. Again, 406,000 in the float. Some earnings plays. ESTC is an earnings play, a lot of volume. Big gap up on earnings. Let me get to a weekly chart for this one. Yeah, so I have to go back to my monthly chart to start seeing the next highs. There's a high of 98.75. Yeah, 98.75 on the monthly chart. That looks like the next high. So about a dollar 40 away. Let's take a look at some of these other earnings plays. IoT. IoT is an earnings play. IoT is an earnings play. Another nice gap up. This is almost an all-time high. IoT, almost an all-time high. More earnings plays, actually. Alta, yeah, Alta. I saw this one in the pre-market. Man, oh man, Alta. Or actually after hours yesterday, Alta through the 200-day moving. I mean, it's super expensive, but through the 200-day moving average. The next high in the monthly chart is around 486. GCT, not a lot of volume yet, but GCT is an earnings play. Now that is a low float, 5.7 million in the float. That is a very low float. Domo is an earnings play. DOMO is an earnings play. And Real mentioned PD. PD is an earnings play. Pager duty is an earnings play. Ugly looking daily, just sort of chops around for quite a while. Topping tails, bottoming tails, and it's starting to fade a little bit here. And on the way down, some earnings plays on the way down. Cheap one, CLSK, CLSK. Yeah, I don't understand. If you look at the news for Nexi, PJ, looks like they were basically saying they were dissolving the company back. They said on a press release, I think on November 2nd. And so I don't know what's going on. Well, it can halt for news. Okay, not this is not a volatility halt. Stocks can get halted for news in the pre-market, but not for volatility. Clicks. Okay, so anyway, CLSK. So this is an earnings play, CLSK, moving down on earnings. Dell is moving, Marvel and Dell. MRVL, gap down on earnings. The 200-day moving average is fairly close for MRVL. It's okay. Dell is an earnings play. DELL. Dell is an earnings play, moving down on earnings. All right, guys, I'm just looking at this. Look at this. Actually, it's a big float. OLPX just moving higher here, guys. This is a big float, 128 million. That's an impressive move with that float. Trying to see if there's any specific news for OLPX. I don't see any. Nothing hitting my headline news. But that's OLPX. Yeah, so with the Nexi, this is what on November 2nd, the board unanimously announced or approved the liquidation and wind up of the company. So it basically was over. So I don't understand. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, there's some news. Where can you see when my premium probably go to your account management page? If you can't find it, you can just I'll give you our homepage. People are there now. Account people are there now. They can take a look at your account. If you can't find it on the account management page, should be there somewhere. This is the homepage. Okay, so you can ask the question, give them your email, and they'll check to see when it's up. The other one I didn't mention was this JFBR. JFBR. Let's see if it's still hanging up here. Yeah, it is. JFBR, another low float, 509,000. JFBR. Israeli stock receiving regulatory approval in Spain and the Netherlands to commence sales. Okay, so that was the news, but massive pullback. I mean, up at 7:30, dropping $3. I mean, it's still up 24%, but that's a big, big pullback. So, okay, Rico. So Pepe just put the link in, the account management link. Should be able to find it there without having to go to our homepage and answering the question. Thank you, as always, Pepe. Hey guys, so let me take a look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning. Not too many of each. All right, I'm not seeing. Well, okay, before I say that, let me get them in. I want to see if there's anything that looks crazy in terms of a price target. Let's take a look at Shamur. CC price target is $40. So RBC is putting a price target of $40 on Shamur. That is CC. The earnings play today, ESTC. There's a price target of 108. Okay, so Wells Fargo is putting a price target of 108, and that is upping their target from 90 to 108. So there are a couple that could get interesting just because of ESTC, it's an earnings play, and then coupled with the big price target of 108. Doesn't mean it's going to get there. Now let's take a look at some of the downgrades. So the same thing, what I'm looking for are some downgrades and then taking a look to see what sort of price targets they're putting. And if those price targets are way below the current price, could get interesting. All right, so there are some of the downgrades, and I just want to check and see whether or not anything is looking kind of out of whack. There's BABA. See if, what the price is right now. Morgan Stanley has a downgrading it to wow. What are they? It seems really crazy. Original target was 110. Now it's 90, but it's at 73 now. So anyway, how can you create a pre-market channel? Well, Chess, I mean, I don't know. Maybe depends what you're looking for, of course. This is what I've been using for years. Pre-market actives up and down. That's basically all I need. Okay. What do you okay, I'm trying to this is gonna be hard for me to answer you right now, but I mean, you can have my pre-market actives up and down. I've been using this for years. You can sort on different column headers. You know, the obvious one is just sort on the change from the close at the beginning, just to see the ones that are moving up the most and also the ones moving down the most. So, I mean, that gives you right at a glance what's happening in the pre-market. And then you can start to take a look, okay, what are the low floaters that are moving? They're on the way up or down. You know, what has a lot of volume in the pre-market, all sorts of things. So I'm not sure what you're looking for exactly, but I've been using something like this for almost 13 years now. And as far as reverse engineering chart positions on T, I don't know what you mean by that exactly. Chart positions, but you can. I mean, we have a pre-market channel. I mean, you probably looked at that, but again, I'm not sure what you're looking for exactly. You can take mine and see what you think. Okay, so if you go to my homepage, you go to my homepage and scroll down to the little bit the mid section right there is my scans, and here the pre-market actives up and down. Okay, I mean I think it's pretty good. I mean I've been using it for years and years and years. It'll certainly tell you all the moving stocks in the pre-market. Okay. All right, guys. Now we're in for a negative open. Big Pretty big divergence yesterday. I mean, look at the Dow. The Dow was up huge yesterday. The Nas recovered a little bit. It was still down for the day. SPY was up, but the Dow was up huge yesterday. Let's take a look at some of the sectors, though. I'm going to click from our toolbar, click on New, and then Doc Channel Bar. Well, okay, it's a little bit of a misnomer, Rico. Gap in the pre-market is still is like basically the change from the close, okay? But you're right that the strict definition of gap is the first print of the day. But the gap in the pre-market is the same as the change from the close. Sector status, just give me one moment, please. All right, guys. So this is what you're seeing here. These are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. When you see 80% in red, that means that 80% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay. So as I said, we're in for a week open. So everything, just about everything, is at least 50% or less. Utilities 77%. But more importantly, as I always want to see where are these guys with respect to their 200-day moving average. So XLE yesterday, you can see what's happening with XLE. There's that 200-day moving average, the blue line on my daily chart. You can see it's just kind of hugging the 200-day moving average for the last, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, almost 3 weeks. Almost 3 weeks for energy, for XLE to be just hovering around that 200-day moving average. And then I know that consumer staples still below the 200-day moving average. And healthcare, I think, was just around the 200-day moving average, XLV. Yeah, so yesterday it actually closed above. So as we speak, I'll have to say XLE is not above, and neither is consumer staples. And the only other one that I think might have been below, let's take a look at retail. I think retail is fine. Actually, a lot of retailers are in the the Dow. So really, we just got XLE, which is right at the 200-day moving average, and consumer staples, which is below, and everything else is either above. Of course, I'm not going to. We don't have to look at XLC communications and tech; they're way above. And of course, the SPY itself. Wow, remember, you've got to have short memories when you're a trader because I mean, this looks so bad with the overall market with the SPY. Because this is, of course, affecting virtually all the sectors. We're getting below the 200-day moving average, and then we had that day on right the 1st of November. What a month it's been for the SPY. First since it's well in November. Okay, give me one moment, guys. My music is acting up. Oh, so actually, now I'm reading your comment, Rico. Actually, the gap is typically though defined as the first print of the day once the market opens. Okay. So HCDI, this is another low float situation, 36%. I checked to see if there's any news. I didn't see any news for HCDI. The alt is holding, guys. The alt is holding in the pre-market, gapping way above that 200-day moving average. Yeah, so Pfizer's drug did not do as well. Their obesity drug. I was reading about it, double dose, or so they're going back to the single dose or something. So yeah, for the Pfizer on the way down because of a mini failure of their obesity drug, and then of course Alt moving higher with seemingly some early success. Well, yeah, I mean you can see a gap. Sure, I mean this would be a gap, but you can sometimes see intraday gaps. No, the strict definition of the gap is the first print of the day. And how does that compare to the yesterday's close? So, for instance, we do have a gap filter. So, if you wanted to see stocks that were gapping, like their first print of the day, up a certain percent, their first print of the day, we have a gap filter as an example, which you may use to showing stocks that have gapped up or gapped down. Now we can see the gappers right now because of this, but sometimes some stock, maybe didn't have a lot of pre-market action, and then once the market opens, its first print of the day is a big gap. Sometimes. A minute. Yes, thank you. Okay, guys. Well, let's have a great end to this trading week. A lot of excitement, of course, with all these low floaters, and I anticipate we're going to still have some more excitement today and maybe next week. I have not ordered my my cyber beast or whatever. No, not into it. But as I said before, I have a friend in Vancouver who had pre-ordered. I don't know, a year ago. So I guess they're relatively excited. Okay, guys. Wait a minute. Oh, I thought I had somebody said, yeah, 3 minutes. I'm sorry. I thought somebody was telling me that there was 1 minute left. Jump the gun. Sorry. You know what? I sort of was watching that live stream of it, and I don't know. Maybe I had to sit through a lot more, but I wasn't very impressed with the Cybertruck live streaming event. So Marvel guys, MRVL continues to move down a bit here. Not maybe a bit. This is a pretty big coming right into the 200-day moving average now. MRVL, this is an earnings play coming right into the 200-day moving average. 51.75, so it's just about a dime away. What if tanks in the room? I don't think so. Very exciting day for us yesterday for my wife's company. All-time high up here, and in Canadian dollars, it cracked 100. It's been on a roll this month. Exactly. Okay, now it's a month, or now it's a minute to the open. Okay, guys, I'll repeat myself. Well, let's have a great end to this trading week. Okay. I know you're kidding, Grumpy, but there's no question that trading can be very hard if you have to make money trading. Okay, so it's always nice to have secondary income, either yourself or household. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down a little bit. And we are now open. So Paramount is actually fading pretty badly now, guys. Paramount, P-A-R-A, on that the news about Apple and them combining streaming services or a bundle. The news halt, Felix. I don't know. It's a news halt. Look at the news. They said they were basically dissolving the company on November 2nd. So I don't know. I just have to wait for it to open. All right. Well, halt hit the option scanner immediately, but as a suggestion to short. But you know what? I wouldn't necessarily pile into that. Or maybe we should have. Okay, guys. So there's Path. There's GCT. I think the GCT. So the problem with GCT earlier was the volume, but obviously the volume is picking up now. 46 times normal volume. It's an earnings play. GCT. Boy, Alt is just really giving it up. As a CMND. So two of the obesity plays this morning, Alt and CMND, both giving it up. Okay, ESTC. So earnings play plus they had an upgrade. ESTC, wow, $100 now. And Path on a mission here, guys. CC, there's the one that was upgraded also. Target of what was it? $40 for CC. Okay. And we're not saying nobody's saying it's getting there. Boy, Alt just I guess it was the thing to do, short it. Now look at Para. Para came right back up. PARA came right back up. It's fading pretty bad. No, I'm sorry. I'm looking at CC. Where's Para? Yeah, so look at that bottoming tail. Got all the way down to 1460, right back up to 15. Pfizer, PFE, showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Yeah, so Pfizer's showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. It's early though. Hey, look at METC. I still have that one thumbnail. I glance at it, a little bit every day. And METC having a bit of a pop here. Jeffries maintaining coverage, target of 20. Okay. Navarro, NVRO. This was active yesterday, I believe. Another low floater guy, CUTR. It's early though. Everything's so early. This is the one that was moving in the pre-market, not a low float, 128 million. Somebody say Kramer or CNBC was talking about it. Pfizer, guys. Pfizer on the way down. PFE. This is what I'm talking about. This is my 10-day daily breakdown. 2860 was the alert. So this is the don't repeat version. So this tells me the first time we had the alert, the time and the price. And you check over here. Every time it made a new low, you'll see it. Well, look how whippy Para's been. Para is right back down again, guys. Para. Whoa, this HCDI ripped here. Just absolutely ripped. Low float, 2 million in the float. Just absolutely ripped. I don't see any specific reason for it other than the fact that it's a low floater. And don't forget the upgrade for CC. $40 a share, right? By RBC from 28 to 40. Again, we're not saying it's going to hit there, but can't have hurt. All right, so this has come back a little bit, guys. The CMND. So as a market high, okay, but the pre-market high for CMND was up here around 536. So big sell-off down to 381. Obesity drug. ALVR, guys. ALVR. Take a look at this one. Not a low float. 56 million in the float. Very choppy, up down, big bottoming tail, big topping tail. I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. Yeah, big bottoming tail now for Marvel, MRVL, and it went down through the 200-day moving average. Big bottoming tail. Now it's above it again. And that is for wow, Pfizer guys, PFE again. Alert at 2860, 2836 now. Down after the company drops plan to study twice daily obesity pill in late stage studies. So that is, and I know Texas is suing them and all that, but I think this is the main reason. Let's take a look at IoT. IoT is really trying to give it up here. Still up 9%, but fading. And it is an earnings play. All right, for you GME followers, after kind of a bit of a rough day yesterday, popping up a little bit now, over 15. IPDN, this is low float. IPDN had a pretty good week actually. It's got some room on the daily chart. 246, it looks like the next high looking left. 246, the next high looking left for IPDN. So it does have some room to move if it wants to. Yeah, 213. Yeah, so it's at 214 right now. There was a high at 213, so it's right at that high. So yeah, so Sassy halted on the way down. SASI halted on the way down. Look at the market, guys. Big bottoming tail. The sellers had knocked it down here, but the buyers trying to get some kind of control on this first 15-minute spy candle. Remember Shot? We haven't seen Shot for a while. Here it is, guys. Look at Shot now. SHOT above the high of 4 days ago now. The next high is 606. This was this fun one for a while anyway. Very low. Well, actually, it's not a very low float. I mean, it's low. 21 million certainly is a low float, but it's not crazy low. Aha. Now, Path showed up. Okay, guys, Path showed up on the 10-day daily breakout and the abnormal option activity. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. It showed up on the abnormal option activity. You see it right there. And also in the 10-day daily breakout. And as I say, constantly pay attention to, you know, hmm, well, that's kind of weird. It did not show up on the 10-day daily breakout. There must be something going on there. It should have. It should have. Well, at any rate, Path is here. Okay, Path's here. Path's here. Earnings play. Trade of the week. And again, their recommendation was not to hold it through earnings, but if I guess if you had taken it at 60 and you've taken some off the table, and then close your eyes and held through earnings after hours yesterday. Path, guys. So I have to figure out why it's showing up here. I wonder if it's a number of alerts. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to figure out why it didn't show up. Okay, so in the one I'm using, I don't have the number of alerts anymore, but that shouldn't matter. I'll have to figure that out. I don't know why it didn't show up in both. Yeah, Pepe, the only difference, but that should not affect it. I took out the number of alerts has to be at least 25, okay, in this one, but that shouldn't matter. Everything else looks the same. So I took that out in mine. So that would be, that I mean, in theory, that could have prevented something, but because I took that out. Hmm. Well, that's the first time I've seen that. So I'll try to figure it out, but I really don't know. Anyway, the bottom line is this. Great. Okay. I'm gonna go on this one right there. And guys, I'm sorry if you don't know what I'm talking about. We've got two scans here. One's the abnormal option activity. So this one combines this, the 10-day daily breakout, and the abnormal option activity. So this path should have shown up here. The idea is that if a symbol shows up here and in the abnormal option activity, you'll see it in this little combo that Pepe created. But for some reason, path is not showing up there. There will be a reason. Well, but the bottom line is path is excellent. Okay, that's the bottom line. Yeah, so that's a well, yeah, the count alert is just another way to find stocks that are having momentum. Okay, so I took it out on mine. It may still be like the one you have or that I'm sharing. I can't remember, and I'd have to check it. But I said, okay, it must have made 25 new highs or 25 new lows. But I took that out in here. Okay, it's just another way to find stocks with momentum. And certainly, Path fit the bill. So I don't know. I don't know why it didn't show up. Anyway, meanwhile, boy, oh boy, this HCDI, I sort of dismissed it. I have to admit, I dismissed it. I looked at it and I thought, okay, it's a little over a dollar. Yes, yes, a low float. I could not see any news on it whatsoever. I saw this topping tail up here. Then when I was watching it, it was down here. I thought, okay, it's not a bio, so it's not one of those bios that can go crazy. But man, HCDI. Okay, guys, earnings play from yesterday had a bit of a rebound, but PSTG again, bad guidance and all that. So it got up to 33.75, but now I mean, it was still way down for the day, but it did have a nice recovery during the day. Weird then, Pepe. The LSK is an earnings play. I think it was yeah, that's actually was negative. So it's come all the way back, guys. It is now positive for the day. CLSK is an earnings play. It was pretty negative this morning, but it has come back. It has now gone positive. And the market, what's the market doing? Shouldn't have to though, Jay, because look at I mean, Path's relative volume is 28, so that's not an issue at all. And of course, the volume is not an issue at all. So strange why it didn't show up. And I have a change from the open has to be 40 cents at least, I think, and that certainly would have yeah, that certainly would have worked. Okay, guys. I think HCP was an earnings play, not yet, not today. I'm wrong. HCP is not an earnings play this month. It's next month, December 7th. So next week. Well, GME on a tear, guys. Mentioned this one on that 15 break. I know some of you guys watch it. High yesterday was 1631. Boy, that alt. Well, let's see if the 200-day moving average can hold it. 200-day moving average is at 436. So it's at right at that 200-day moving average area. Anybody find any news on this one, this HCDI, other than the fact that it's a low float? There are actually shares available for me to short, 53,000 and interactive brokers. Not that I want to short it right now, but might be coming. What's the high right there? 197. 212, so it might be coming into some resistance around the 2 level for HCDI. Ugly looking, wow, Southern Copper, CCO, ugly looking daily chart coming into the 200-day moving average. Well, you've been a little more aggressive. There's your short opportunity for alt at 557, right at 930, right when the market opened. 557. It has got down to at least 435. I did not take it. Again, I don't like to trade in the first 15, so I know PJ. I've been mentioning that on the GME. My favorite, absolutely. Well, the high of yesterday, it was over 16. 1633 was the high yesterday. Doug, Doug. Haven't seen this one for a long time. All right, got to look at path here, guys, and see what might happen if it breaks through 24. We got up to 24 and stopped. So let me back this weekly chart out and just take a look to see. So we've got to go back to last March, sorry, March of 2022 to start to see those highs. So it looks like this still has some room. The next high, yeah, actually, the next high on the daily chart, it's right there. The next high in the daily chart is right there. That red line signifies the next high on the daily chart. So that looks like that's right around 24. Takes out 24, and it's got some room. And that is for PATH. So the CC just made it into my 10-day daily breakout, 2980. Next high in the weekly chart is 3058, so it will have can have some room. The 200-day moving average is 3092, so it's over $1 away from that. And the real news on this is that RBC has upgraded them to $40, a price target of $40. Okay, so we have a Holly alert. Let me take a look at it. Low float. Let's see if it's a low float. Yeah. So seal did see this one in the. Oh man, what a ugly ugly looking daily chart. But trying to have a little bit of a bounce here. Go to. This is a China education stock. GOTU. Ooh, horrible looking daily chart. Okay, I want to take a look at shot to see if it what did it do at 5. I think I got close to 5. SHOT. Yeah, a little bit above 5. Look at the market, guys. Market coming back, coming back. So the SPY is actually now positive. Dow is positive. Nas is still a little bit negative. The market coming back. Wow. I mean, this would not surprise me if this goes negative. Alt is just complete sell-off. Yeah, I mean, there's something weird going on with Nexi. This is a news halt. I have no idea why it would jump like this, considering on November 2nd, they basically said we're out of business. So dissolving the company, that's a month ago. So unless they're saying, you know what, we have somehow we're not going to dissolve. But even if they said that, I mean, the stock should not be up 351%. So I don't know what's going on with the Nexi. All right, Matt V. Let's take a look at Matt V. See what it is doing right now. It's got a little bit of room. 1268 is the next high looking left for Matt V. See if it rests a bit here. Not an earnings play, not a lot of volume, 128,000 shares. That is 5 times normal. I see Bitcoin's having another one of its days, BITO. I'm going to take a look at BITO. I guess it'll be a big deal when and if it cracks 40,000. So Cracker Barrel had earnings yesterday, guys. CBRL, not a lot of volume. Obviously, earnings somewhat of an earnings disaster. There's that big red candle yesterday, trying to recover a little bit right now. Okay, guys, can I get it? PD, guys, PD, earnings play, uh, went negative. Actually went negative. This was pretty positive. Look at the after hours action up to 24. So tail of two earnings. I mean, CLSK was quite negative, but now it's gone positive. PD was quite positive, and now it's gone negative. Okay, there's another low floater, guys. View, 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 another low float. So just popping over a dollar. Let's back this daily out a little bit. What's the high yesterday? Yeah, 121. I mean, if you took enough shares and I got to 121, that'd be great, but I don't have the confidence to do that. I wish it were more like 162 being the next high looking left. Path got path, PATH, over that 24 now. Okay. Over 24. That little high, that little daily high that was stalling it. Now it's over that daily high. So I don't care if it didn't show up for whatever reason here at the breakout. Okay. It was here. It's 2351, 2410 now. ESTC. I know it's an earnings play and it had an upgrade. Wow. Yeah, so this, I remember seeing it when it broke 100, so it's an earnings play, and it had an upgrade. Davidson maintained with a newt no, well, that's wrong, 90. Somebody had an upgrade for this one. Half, guys. So if you're asking me what to do, I mean, obviously, it's pretty extended right now. I think a lot of us would probably be the inclination would be to maybe find a top and short it, but on the other hand, take a look at the monthly chart. So the next high in the monthly chart, I mean, it's got room on the monthly chart. It's still got a lot of room, 123. ED, guys. Yes. And of course, this would never show up on the 10-day daily breakout yet because it's still above all these. Breakdown, I should say, on the breakdown. There certainly is an option like that, Rico. So if I right click on this alert window, sorry, I right click and go to properties, okay? Right click on the alert window, go to properties, and go, and then a box will pop up. You'll see there's one that says don't repeat, and you can check the don't repeat, and then here are your options. I Most of the ones I use are for a day, but here is what you're talking about. So you can have it not repeat for a minute, 5, 15, 30, an hour, or for the day. Okay? Ah, shoot. Just give me a moment, guys. I was messing up something in my account. Okay. Whew. All right. I was in the PD and I made some rookie mistakes, but I'm okay now. Boy, this had a huge turnaround, guys. I mean, look at the CLSK. I mean, huge turnaround, 576 up to 710. Now, the next high on the monthly chart, 760. Let me get back to my weekly chart. Yeah, it looks like 760 is the next high. Whew. Okay, guys, PD. I can't even tell you what I did. I'm embarrassed, but anyway, I'm still in the PD on the short. I'll tell you what I did. I was trying to get out of the short, and I accidentally kept shorting it. So now I have way more than I would normally have, and luckily it's working out. Gotta pay a lot of attention, you know. Oh, okay. Well, I got to be careful here. PD now. I mean, it's actually gone negative. I'm going to cover some right here. I'm looking right here. Could be a little bit of support area. Around between 21 and this price. So I'm covering some right now. Well, it's a very weird feeling when you look at your P&L and you think, well, wait a minute, how come it's doing what it's doing? Then I realized instead of covering my position, I was shorting more. Anyway, worked out. Got lucky. Just give me a moment, please, guys. I have to make a phone call. Okay, guys. Okay, so watching, I still have some of the PD left on the short and watching to see what it does right here. You can kind of see on the daily chart, there is a little bit of potential for some support right around here. And every time I see this up here, it gladdens my heart. Ah, shot, guys. So shot is now over 5. So shots over 5, guys. The next high looking left. Be careful, of course, because this is a real emotional type stock with the news that that they came out with, that they've got some kind of a shot that if you take it, it'll help with your hangover. Look at CLSK. My goodness. I really did not. I dismissed it completely in the pre-market. Well, because I was looking at a potential short on it. I didn't think it would fall that much more. And it just absolutely turned right around. Okay, guys, I'm totally out of the PD now. See what it did at right around that 21 level? See that bottoming tail right there? And look at all that action right around there. And the view, guys, also the view. This was halted. Okay. Man, oh man, HCDI. Well, I outsmarted myself for sure on this one. Did not think it would do obviously anything like this. Just kind of it's like the sector is not one of those sectors that people pile into, but it's all about the float. All about the float. Well, I do see that I'm getting some headlines about Bitcoin when I'm looking at CLSK. I didn't. Have they completely changed their business model or something? Okay, now path is holding that 24 level. Pull back a little bit. The longer it holds here, get some volume and just keep moving it higher. Earnings playing. If any stock is halted, then we can buy at what type of order? Well, I mean, let's say path was halted right here at 2410. You could put an order, a limit order at higher or below, and when it opens, you either get filled or you won't get filled. I wouldn't suggest that doing that, but okay, guys, there goes path. can't tell you, like, if you're asking me, should you buy it? I mean, I've been talking about it, as it was a great buyback here, it was a great buyback here at 23.51. I mean, it's still. I mean, if you're asked, I cannot give you advice like that. I cannot say yes, it's a good buy, so you buy it. Okay. I mean, the best thing I can say about it is that it was holding 22 again, and it seems to be moving. But I can't tell you, yes, it's a good buy. An earnings play has a great reaction to earnings. We've had some bottoming tails, so the sellers have tried to knock it down. Trend is definitely up, but so I understand what I mean. I'm very uncomfortable, trying to answer a question like that. Is it a good buy? I mean, first of all, does it meet your trading style and plan? Number one, okay. And when you look left, does it have room? We sort of saw that it does have some room, but I can't say yes, it's a good buy, so buy it right now. Well, I would not because you have to understand that I'm okay. Look at CLSK. PD actually. Well, I guess I got a little jumpy on that one. I should have held maybe a little bit, but you see, I'm in it now. Okay, I'm in path now. That's why I'm not going to say yes. It's a good buy and pump it because I'm in it. But you have to remember, even though this did not show up for some reason, and in this scan here, which you can't figure out why, as I've said repeatedly, if you see something in the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakout, if you see that stock here, really pay attention to it. Now, notice it was kind of right around the area or the time where I don't like to take trades in the first 15 minutes, but this was close enough. I watch it for a bit, earnings play, but I'm not going to tell people to take the trade. It has to be up to you. But yeah, looking left, I mean, it still has room. Look at the market now. Interesting. Big topping tail. And now, I don't know if there's anything hitting right now, but after 15 minutes, I watch anything. Okay. It's not just the abnormal option activity. Okay. I mean, I'm watching up until 15, but I just don't usually like taking a trade in the first 15. That's all. But I'll watch the moment. I'll watch anything that I've got as a scanner. But again, that is just me. That is just me. Okay. In terms of not wanting to trade in the first 15. I've just seen too many times where stocks, they're too very volatile. It can be very, I mean, look, the volatility doesn't stop just after 15, but certainly in the first 15 minutes, you'll see a lot of stocks jumping up and down, up and down. I'll miss the ones that just keep going in a certain direction. I'm prepared for that. Yeah, there had to be somebody speaking, right? But you can see why I like my abnormal option. Look, there are only two. There's only been two alerts in this thing today: PD to short and path to go long. These are ideas. Ideas. This is why the program is called Trade Ideas. Okay. Doesn't mean just because I get an alert, I pile into the trade. I saw that also, Andy. I have a little see if I can find that email that I get every morning. Jerome Powell's speech at 11 o'clock, and I see, Goolsbee, okay, at 10 o'clock, and Jerome Powell at 11 o'clock, and then also at 2 o'clock, and then 2 o'clock also Cook at 2 o'clock. So a bunch of these guys are talking today, and at 10 o'clock it was this guy, this Goolsbee. Well, it happens every day now, it seems, you know. There's always somebody, talking every single day, it seems. All right, guys, it is now 10:30. OMG. This was active yesterday. Another pretty low float, 21 million in the float. Big, nice move, big move yesterday. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 264. That's pretty close. Well, you can say the same thing about how can CLSK have such a turnaround, I guess. I don't see the tie-in with Bitcoin, not when you look at its profile, but obviously they probably will change what they do. But this is an earnings play. Certainly has nothing, if you look at the profile, it's got nothing to do unless it's oh, I'm sorry. I am very, very sorry. I see it right here. Bitcoin mining and okay, I'm sorry. Okay, well, that's the reason. That's the reason for the turnaround. So even though it was an earnings play, but Bitcoin's having a day again. So that is obviously the reason why this clean spark is moving higher. So it was an earnings play, but I guess this is really the reason. Well, look at Path. Oh man. Oh, I don't know. I can't tell you why Bitcoin's having a day. I just look at what the price of it is, and it's up, $600 up to that 38,000 mark again. I can't tell you why. But you can see what Bitcoin's been doing over the last few days. I think everybody, if you're a Bitcoin player, probably waiting to see if it can take out 40,000 at some point. Well, I'll tell you what, guys, Andy will be in our YouTube room when I take my break between 10 and 10, 12 and 1. And Andy, he said, the last thing he said to all of us, well, not the last thing, but yesterday afternoon, he said, guys, I'm going to take Path through earnings. And we said, no, Andy, don't. And so he took it and obviously got rewarded. So you can congratulate him when he takes over for me between 12 and 1. Exactly. He's still alive. I that's why I wanted to rephrase that. He's such a nice guy. Okay, guys, I am now going to go over the information you're going to find on my homepage. All right, click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here. So there's a promo code you can use to take out a subscription right now, Barry 15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. I will say this, if you do want to take out a yearly subscription, say you have a monthly right now and you want to take out a yearly subscription, I can get you a 25% code. You just have to let me know, okay? And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. The reason being is that this is a free room. The more people that take out subscriptions using my code, it will really help to keep this room free. It's that simple. So anytime in the future you want to take out a subscription, either come back in the room and find whatever code I have and use it. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the getting started. It'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos. And Trading 101, if you're new to trading, you might want to take a look at this. This is a series of videos that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. If you're new to trading or looking for a refresher. Stock of the day video, I do this here. You can sign up for it. Now, trade of the week. Well, probably one of the better ones we've had. Trade of the week was Path. And the suggestion, the entry suggestion was 1860, and that happened on Monday. And of course, the rest is history. Now, Steve, look, he did say, he actually when he now he's the Steve Gomez is the one who creates the trades of the week, and he didn't realize it was an earnings play that had earnings on Thursday. So we actually recommended not to hold through earnings, okay? Because you never know what's going to happen. In this particular case, I mean, it just ripped, but you never know what's going to happen. But even if you hadn't held through earnings, 1860 up to 2021 or so, pretty good return in 3 days. So you can sign up for the trades of the week. If you do sign up and you don't feel you're getting the email, you'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Check your spam folder, okay? And if you don't, if it's not there, maybe, and if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section is here. This is our user guide. We have a great user guide. And again, don't get hung up on how much there is in here. If you're looking at this for the first time, don't worry. You don't have to learn everything. It's like any other user guide. There's stuff in here that you may not ever care about. But what I would look at, of course, there's that getting started. Absolutely. Alert windows, top list windows. You might want to take a look at stock racing and price alerts. Okay. Price alerts. So valuable to use, easy to use. Again, there's all sorts of other things, but you don't have to learn everything about trade ideas. Getting started again. So, daily support, as I said before, I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today is Friday, and that is typically Andy's day. We have 5 traders, 5 days of the week, so it works out perfectly. So again, I will confirm it's Andy before I take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Andy and give him all sorts of love for taking path through earnings. And last, if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, here they are. Okay. So this is what I use in the pre-market. Somebody asked in the YouTube room earlier about a pre-market scanning, not liking what he or she had put together, and I suggested, you can use this. I've been using this at least 10 years, at least 10 years with very minor variation. Okay. My pre-market act is up and down. This absolutely tells me the stocks are moving up and down. Okay. The gappers in the pre-market. There is the halts resumes over here. This is the momentum scan right here. This is the abnormal option activity up here. And what you can't see on my other monitor, but I am sharing the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay. You notice there are not many alerts. And that's because I've got one very tough filter in here. The relative volume has to be at least 8 and other filters, of course. So I do not get many alerts in these two windows, which is how I like it. And on a typical day, I don't get too many in the abnormal option activity scan either. These are the only ones that have come in. So when you look at this and you look at these, not many, and this is all I would do, guys. I would just pay attention to these stocks. I do have this here, the momentum scan. The reason I do, I'm moderating a room. I have to, I want to keep it entertaining. And so if some days you don't get very many alerts, and sometimes, they don't really move that much. So I can rest, but in the momentum scan, we're gonna get alerts all day long. So that's why I have this. Doesn't mean I won't trade any of these, but I mean, probably if I weren't moderating a room, I would just concentrate on those two scans and that's it. That's for my style of trading, of course. Now, if you're new to this room, first of all, welcome, and you can ask me questions all day long. Okay, don't feel that you're interrupting me from anything. If I'm in a trade that requires my 100% attention, I'll certainly let you know. But typically, that is not the case. So you can ask me questions all day long. Now, here's the PAPL, which was very, very active in the pre-market, but had that huge pullback. I mean, look at this. So this is another low float. Did have some news, a Canadian company expanding into my area, into Metro Vancouver. That's where I live. So they did have some news. And maybe it's starting to come back now. And again, it's a low float situation, but that was a pretty massive pullback from the high of 335 all the way back down to 147. Yeah, I do see that. I have that thumbnail, METC. I have that thumbnail. Somebody put a $20 price target on it, I think. I think it was Jeffries, maybe? Yeah, Jeffries put a $20 price target on it. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. And there is a big difference between scanning and screening, and I'll explain that right now. So if I right click on this alert window, so this is there are a lot of screening companies you can buy out there, okay? And I'm not saying there aren't any other real-time alerts, but we are really, really excellent at real-time alerting. So this is the screening aspect. Of course, we can screen stocks. This is the screening aspect. So if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, this is a very powerful filter that we've got, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. 100,000 shares minimum, but this is the momentum aspect of it. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, at least. In 5 minutes, at least 400% of normal. So that gives it the momentum. And so if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, so at 10:42 Eastern time, PAPL at 190 met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. That's why we see it here. Since then, I mean, it's only a couple of minutes ago. No other stock has met these filter requirements and made a new high for the year. So if you like this scan, of course, I'm sharing it, but you might not. You might like the idea of it. Maybe you don't like the price range. Of course, you can change the price range if you want. Look at Para guys, PARA, break over 15 right now. Had news about potentially bundling Apple services, Apple streaming and their streaming service, a potential bundle, which of course, then if you bought it would be cheaper than if you bought them individually. And that's PARA. So if you like this scan the way it is, great, but you can always make modifications to it if you want. You don't like the price range, maybe you want a higher volume. Maybe if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, well, of course, you have to have a subscription to have the scan, but eventually you might look at some filters and maybe you want to add one or take one out. That'll be up to you. This is what I like to see. There's the Pixie. You can see Pixie just made another new high, 1207 at 1044. So that's why we're seeing Pixie right now. So we are great at real-time alerting. Now, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. I'll click on the search now. So again, just like the guide, okay, we have a lot of information in our guide. Don't get hung up on how many of these real-time alerts that we have. Right at the very top, the two most popular by far, the new high for the day and the new low for the day. But we have a lot of other real-time alerts. Don't get hung up thinking, my goodness, I cannot learn all this. This is way too hard to program. You don't have to learn them all, okay? There might be a couple that you like. I just use new high, new low. That's my style of trading. And when you see these icons, these are our filtering icons. Again, the same thing. Don't get hung up on how many we've got. The reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So, of course, they had to create enough different filters and different real time alerts so that the thousands of customers we have could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. Now, the company's come a long way since those days because in those days, you had to build your own scan basically. But nowadays, I mean, we've got all sorts of scans we share. I share. The other traders, the 5 traders that take over for me in our YouTube room, they've got scans that they share. We've got scans here. You click on new from our toolbar and click on dock channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. We've got scans there. So, I mean, certainly you can build your own scan from scratch if you want to, but you can take a look at a lot of the scans that we're sharing, and maybe you can modify them. Aha! So, did I have the earnings per share? Well, let's see. Ah, where is it? Just give me a moment. Where is it? Just give me a moment. I've got to find it. Well, even so, that shouldn't have mattered. I don't have that, earnings per share hack in here. Ah, aha, interesting. Yeah, for some reason, we flagged it as an ETF. Way to go, Pepe, as always. And yours, of course, yeah, because it wouldn't carry forward, would it? Yeah, it was probably driving you nuts. But why would it flag it as an ETF, I wonder? Hmm, okay. Well, it didn't matter really, because it showed up here in yours, so that's all that really mattered to me. Oh, I've taken some off path. I mean, you know me, Sandy. I mean, when it got close to 25, I'm sorry, 24, sorry. When it got close to 24, you know, I got this whole number phobia. So when it got close to 24, I took some out. Somebody had a question for me and I haven't answered it. Okay. So if I haven't answered a question, please repost it. I can't, I thought I had a question and I was in the middle of doing something so I may have missed it. Yeah. So personally, I don't use trend lines, but I know a lot of people that do. I don't, but I'm sure that was just a general question from you, right, Reiko? I'm sure there are people in here that use trend lines. Oh, EMA scanner. That's right, Jazz. No, there is no EMA scanner. Okay. I know it's crazy, but we don't have EMA filters. You can put EMAs on your charts and all that, but we've never had EMA filters, as crazy as that sounds. You want to go to info at trade-ideas.com and say, why don't you guys have EMA scanner or EMA filters? You can ask the question. It's been asked for many, many years. Okay. Price alert window, when minimized, does it pop up an alert? Yes, it should pop up on an alert. So here's my price alerts window. Okay. So let's, okay. So I'm going to create a price alert. Put a price alert, say for, try to bracket it. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll minimize it now. Okay. I'll minimize it now. And I just want it to, Come on. Okay, so it triggered, popped up for me. So why would it not pop up for you? You minimize it, and the minute I get an alert, it pops up for me. Hmm. Okay, good. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I think though they're talking about true trend lines. When you draw, there it goes again. Okay. I mean, some might maybe use ADMA or the 10 SMA as a trend line, I suppose. I understand. I have these on here, but I really don't pay that much attention to it. I sort of casually look to see what's happening, but I am not I'm not really watching it intensely. But I thought they were talking more like drawing a trend line. All right, let's take a look at Paramount here, guys. PARA. Okay, IoT just showed up. Okay, IoT just showed up on the no, on the combo. As a Pepe's combo. Okay, IoT. So it's in the option scanner and it's also in the 10-day daily breakout. Now, my problem with it right now would be I'd have to wait. If I want to take this trade, I'm going to have to wait for it to break over that whole number. Now, just a word about this option activity scanner. Okay, so I'm because I'm an intraday trader, all I'm really caring about is finding stocks that are trading abnormally every single day. That's my goal every day, to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. So we've got one excellent filter called our relative volume filter. Okay, so you look at IoT right now, relative volume is 11.9. What does that mean? That means, and it's traded 6 million shares. What that means is up to this time of day, let's call it at 11 o'clock Eastern time, it is trading 12 times, almost 12 times what it normally has traded up to 11 o'clock with a baseline. I think it's 14 days. I think Chris tells me it's 14 days. Now, that is that's not an exact definition, but it's good enough. Okay. So I don't want people to go back and check what the volume was yesterday at 11 o'clock and the day before and the day before and the day before, and they get the average and say, hey, wait a minute, it's only 10 times. Okay. Please don't do that. So that relative volume filter though is excellent. That'll help me zero in on stocks that are trading abnormally volume wise. Why would you want to trade something that's not trading abnormally if you're an trader? You don't want to get stuck in something that, isn't trading. So that's the first thing. Coupled with the abnormal option activity. So I don't trade options, but this also helps me find stocks that are trading abnormally when it comes to its options. So when you look at this one, 13,000 contracts so far today, that's 196% of normal. Now it's 200% of normal, ratio of 2. Okay, so my minimum here in the option activity has to trade at least 500 contracts, and it has to be at least 150% of normal, one and a half times normal. There are other filters in here. It also has to be a relative volume of 3. Okay, so look at that. That's why it's pretty powerful if you get something that is trading normally in options and also absolute volume. Okay, and that's why I say keep an eye on those ones that you'll see. You see it in the momentum scanner in here. I would pay attention, but certainly pay attention if you see it in the 10-day daily breakout or the breakdown, and also in the option scanner. And the way this is color coded is that if it's in light blue, that is a suggestion, an idea to go long, and if it's in brown, it's an idea to go short. Now, how you trade them is up to you, okay? If you trade them at all, if this appeals to you at all. Welcome this way, yeah, and don't be shy. Ask questions. Welcome to the room. Always nice to see new people. So you may not be like I'm a momentum trader. I want to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. That may not be what you want to do though, but you can still use these. Okay, so for instance, you could click. Let's take. Let's click on HCP as an example. Okay, just made another new high. But you might be a type of trader that says, you know what, I'd rather maybe trade it on a pullback. So maybe you have a favorite moving average. You could put on the chart, or maybe you're a VWAP player. You know, there it is at 29. You may want to see it pull back close to the VWAP. And then, so you could put an alert, a price alert in that area. I'll do it. You know, I mean, that'll be a pretty big pullback, but I'll stick an alert down here. Now, of course, the VWAP is it's not going to stay at 22.29 all day, but you know, it'll be close enough. Or maybe a moving average that you like, or maybe a price that you like if it goes back to a certain price. You know, right here on the 15-minute chart, looks like there could be some support here. So if it pull back there, maybe it'll hold and then bounce from there. So you know the bottom line is this will identify stocks that are trading abnormally. And so if you're an intraday trader, that should be your first goal is to find those stocks. And that's what Traded is does in a fabulous way. And we have our simulator, you know. So if you're new to trading, before you practice trade, before you commit to money to the market, you should practice trading. In our simulator, you'd need our standard service only, and you don't need a broker at all. So if you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you'd like to practice trading, you can do so. Uses our real-time data. So when you click on an alert, it'll show up. This is now you can only use this if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our Sorry, if you're using our web-based version, unfortunately, it's not available. So you have to be using our downloadable application. And if you're sitting out there wondering, well, what is better, the web-based version or the app? The downloadable application by far. Okay, you need a PC, or if you have a Mac, you'd have to be prepared to use an emulation program like Parallels or Amazon Web Services, something like that. But definitely, if you're wondering what is the better to use, there's no question that the downloadable application is better. It's easier to use. You know, if you've got multiple monitors, you can move things around. You have access to this if that's important to you. You know, this window that we call Brokers Plus, and that can be loaded from new, and then from new from our toolbar, and then click on Brokers Plus, and then all you have to do is now if you load it, it'll more than likely say not connected. All you have to do underneath Brokerage Plus, there's live and simulation, paper trading. Click on sim, and that not connected will. Now, it depends on the version of trade ideas you're on. I think most of the versions now, it'll automatically switch to simulator. If it doesn't, if it says account in here, click on it and then click on the simulated trading default. Now you're in a simulator. I'll show you how easy it is to use. A video explanation of everything I just said, starting when? Benji, starting when? I do this every day, you know, I mean, a little Boy. No, yeah, I see this now. I mean, this is showing up later now because of that ETF thing that happened. It for some reason, I thought it was an ETF. It was way earlier, of course. Yep. Oh, okay. I'll go over that again, Benji. So the relative volume is a key filter to use if you're looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay. The relative volume. So right now, I look at path. Relative volume of 13.7. One would be normal. Okay. The relative volume looks at the volume that was on average. What did it do up to this time of day? So it's 11. Call it 11 o'clock Eastern time right now. Okay. So in a simple definition, it's not exactly the definition, but as a very simple definition, good enough for us. All right. Is that on average at 11 o'clock over the last 14 days? Okay. So you took the average volume at 11 o'clock over the last 14 days, took that average. Today it's trading 13 times that. Okay. It's trading 13 times that. That's what the relative volume is all about. Okay. So that should be your number one goal, an intraday trader, is to find stocks that are trading abnormally volume wise. Why would you want to trade something that's trading, 10,000 shares or 20,000 shares? Now that stock could be abnormal. Maybe it only trades 1,000 shares a day, but you have to have a minimum volume, of course, that you have to be looking at too. But that should be your number one goal if you're an intraday trader, is to find stocks that are trading abnormally volume wise. And then coupled with abnormal option activity. Look at this one. I mean, 80,000 contracts, and that is 668%, or 6 point. I wish they just kept everything as a ratio. Make it a lot easier. People understand that a lot better, I think. But anyway, that's 6.6 times normal. So coupled with the relative volume, like the volume, and its option volume, this is a stock that has to be followed all day. Doesn't mean you have to take it and hold it all day as a long, but maybe it pulls back to a certain level. Maybe eventually it stops moving up. Maybe it turns into a bit of a short. But the bottom line is you follow a stock like this. Maybe it sets up differently at different times of the day. Well, option volume right there. This has a component in it. Okay, it has a relative volume in it also of three. Okay. So this already has the relative volume. You can take any scanner that I've got or any scanner that you create, and you can always add the relative volume to it. So for instance, here, if I break this out, two strategies in here, of course, moving higher or moving lower. So let's take a look at the moving higher. Now, if I open the alert window, this is what it's doing. This is what it's looking at. So the price is between 1 and 60. The current volume is at least 3. That's the relative volume. And in combination with the option volume of at least 150%. Okay. Well, that's trial and error, Benji. There's no hard and fast rule. I've just been using 3 as a minimum in relative volume, and I put 150% here, so 1.5 times normal. There's no, well, this is what you absolutely should do, okay? For instance, if you wanted more alerts in this one, the breakouts, the reason I don't have very many alerts here on the 10-day really, the 10-day daily breakdown is because the filter is 8 here. Current volume is at least 8. That's pretty abnormal. If you wanted more, you could put this to 6. So yes, you will get more, but maybe you'll introduce stocks you don't necessarily want to see. It's always a fine line. There's no right or wrong. Okay. I choose to have this at 8 because I don't want to see too many in here. Is that simple? But if a person wants to see more, you can just reduce this to a 6. You'll get more. And there's I listen. I don't even remember why I chose 8. I think maybe I had 6 at one point, and I was feeling I was getting too many, so I put it at 8, and I've left it there for months. Okay, there's no there's no absolute. But again, you can take this abnormal option activity, and it's got the relative volume component in it. What a day, guys! This is so all I've got right now still is the path. There's no reason. I mean, I took some out at 24 because of that whole number. Other than that, there's no real reason to sell anything yet. And Marvel, my goodness, Marvel. I know you guys been talking about it, but I've been so busy doing other things that I haven't been able to pay attention. But Marvel has come back. I remember seeing this. Yeah, we saw this in the pre-market earnings play through the 200-day moving average, and then it got above it. Wow. Well, let's take a look at Laser, guys, or Lays, LESE, another low float, 3.3 million in the float. A lot of volume that came in. Path. Every time I see path, guys, I hope it still keeps going up for another 43 minutes anyway. I want Andy, because when Andy comes into the YouTube room, again, he took this one right before earnings. Yeah. Also, Benji, as Pepe said, you can rewatch. If you can figure out approximately what time I started talking about all this. Usually, it's after 10:30 Eastern time. So you can take a look at the YouTube video. It is saved, I guess. Look at the market. Man, oh man. Well, guys, I wish Tank were in the room today. There's my Stantec making another all-time high. Okay, so IoT now. So it is getting, where is that next high looking at? 3241. I wish that weren't there. I do wish that weren't there. That is the next high in the weekly on the daily chart too, around 3241. I wish there was a little bit more room for it to run before it hit that. What a move in the market. Now, so we had another guy talking, right, at 11 o'clock. And so he basically countered the guy who talked at 10 o'clock, one of the Fed guys. Major move. William mentioned something about ETRN, I think, earlier. Something, some news? ETRN reports a review of a potential sale, evaluating a potential sale. Okay. All right. CSTR, another low float, guys. 18 million in the float for that's a fairly expensive stock. CSTR, 18 million in the float. What's the volume like? Yeah. So the volume is, I mean, the relative volume is excellent, but the absolute volume is not great. So if you're wondering, well, why don't I just up that? Because at the minimum it has to be 100,000. The reason I don't is because at the beginning of the day, the stock could just be ramping up. So if I put 500,000 or a million or something, I may miss that big move initially. The other thing too is that 117,000, it could be all of a sudden some volume just pouring in right now, and maybe that is causing it, and if that's not the case here, but so that's why I leave it in there, and I can always check the volume is right here anyway if I didn't really want to, click on it. So here's ONB with 1.2 million shares have traded. Okay, guys, I have taken more off. I don't have that much left of the path. The 25 might block it. Okay, the 25 might block it. So I've taken the I don't have very much left now of the path. Boy, this Marvel just is every time it just keeps making a new high after new high after new high. Still down for the day, but it's it crawled all the way back from 50. Okay, now Fiverr is turned around, guys. This is actually showing up now in the normal option scanner on the way up. This originally showed up as a 10-day daily breakdown, and that was really pretty good, and an alert at 28.60, and it got down to 28.28. Not bad, but it is turned around now, and it is now showing up in the other direction in the option scanner, 29.20. Pixie guys, Pixy. I mean, this is very very challenging as a day trade. A lot of topping tails and bottoming tails. Okay, guys, that takes me out of path. Okay, now I may get back in if it takes out 25 later on, but I think I'm probably done with path now. Okay, guys, 11:21. So in about 40 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Oh boy, the view. I think the view has had just a wow. So it got halted a few times. Didn't see this in the pre-market. I didn't do any. Well, it traded, but it really didn't have any movement in the pre-market. It was a 69-cent stock. My goodness, 321% now. Another low float, crazy one, 202.7 million in the float. Oh, just give me a moment, guys. Okay, CSTR, guys. CSTR. I mentioned this one just a bit ago. 18 mil. Oh, that's right. I mentioned it, but the volume is not great. It's picking up. It is picking up a little bit. Looks like the next high looking left on the weekly chart is around 1759. That's back in February. Well, guys, I am keeping an eye on Pfizer here, PFE. I am definitely. I mean, obviously, it's got room. Okay, so PAPL. I know it's shady. Well, I think if you look at what typically what Shady does, I don't know if he did it with the PAPL. He'll put a price, and then if it's a lower price, then that means it's going long. Like a stop. So he might have said I don't know what he said, okay, but he might have said trigger like 190 and then 1/170, which would mean that he would take the trade if it got up to 190 with a stop underneath at 170. I'm just making those numbers up. I don't know what he said. So that's how you can easily tell the direction, okay? Yeah, he said 180 yeah, so this is what he said, triggering for him at 180 with a and so if you see, the price here at 180 and you see the next price is lower, that means he's going long with a stop at 164, okay? If you were going short, he might have said 180 and then this number would have been higher than 180, say 2 as an example, if he was going to short something. So that's how I would say most of the time he's always going long things, but I mean, but that's how you can tell. Second number is below the first number, he's going long. Okay? Oh boy, this pixie. You know what, guys? I mean, the next high looking left on the daily chart, I think is 1310. Yeah, 1310 is the next high. Super, super fast morning again. Okay, guys. Now, yeah, somebody actually was looking at our trader Slack, and they were talking about AAOI, and yeah, I mean they did a financing yesterday. But man, So that financing has been shrugged up. I don't know if we had the price of the financing. It only said they were doing, oh, here we go. I don't think they announced it yesterday what the price was. They're making me do some math. Just give me the price. Anyway, the market is shrugging it off. It looks like it anyway. Yesterday it didn't. Of course, that was the reason for the drop. Well, I mentioned this para on a 15 break probably about an hour ago, and it's been pretty steady. I think it's a pretty big float. Yeah, half a billion in the float, which is okay. You get in some of these, and you don't have to worry as much about whipping up and down. Okay, that's the nice thing about a big float. Usually, your spreads are pretty good. You look at that, 43, 44. You can't get any better. That's the difference between the bid and the ask. So a penny, you can't get any better. So nothing wrong with being. I mean, I don't shy away from high float situations. It's just that the ones we see here, for a stock to move and be up, PAPL to be up 36%, you're not going to find Apple up 36% with 15 billion in the float. All right, guys. Let's see. How's that Lays? I think the Lays had a big pullback. All right, guys. I said yesterday that I would run a race all day. Okay. Just give me a moment. Okay. Sorry. Just give me a moment, guys. I do have to concentrate on this thing I'm in. Okay. Just give me a moment. Okay. Trade some out. It's the pixie, guys. I mean, the spread is going crazy. I'm going to leave it alone. I made a little bit on it, but the spread is too. It widens, tightens, widens, but mainly widens. So I'm out of it. But what I wanted to show you here, guys, I decided to run a race today. Yesterday, I think somebody asked me about races, and I haven't run races for quite a while now. And but it reminded me though that if you want to be more of a pullback player, you can use races. Okay, because look at the lays, LASE. See, all of my scans, every single one of my scans, for me to see a stock, it has to either make a new high or a new low for the day, which is fine. That's typically what I want to see. But when you run what these races, though, doesn't matter if a stock's at the high of the day or the low of the day. Okay. All it matters is when the race starts, is it moving the most in comparison to all the other stocks that are in that meet the filter requirements? So, for instance, therefore, you can see something that may have pulled back, like the LASE, and starting to move. If that makes sense. And this race I am sharing. Okay. If you go to my homepage, it's called the biggest gainers from the open. And I actually thought I renamed this because it's not the opening print, it's when the race started, and I run 4-minute races, so just to give you an idea, and I will keep this, because I am looking at maybe, trying to find some of these, crazy movers that have pulled back a little bit, maybe to a nice level, maybe a VWAP, and then start moving again, instead of having to wait for the stock to make a new high for the day. I still like to see the new highs of the day. I'll never not wanna see that. But just I'll give you an idea about what this race is looking at. And all races start off from a top list window. Okay, so this is the top list window that I'm looking at. So as long as the stock is between $1 and $50, current volume is at least 200,000, and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay, so hardly. I don't even have the relative volume in here. Okay, so that's the criteria for a stock to be in this race. So that's number one. Now, well, I used to do this all the time. So why run a race in the first place? Well, I've got these columns here. Here's the change from the close. Here's the change from the open. So if I do a sort of that top list window that I've got, and I want to find the stock that's up the most from the open, view is right at the top here. It's up 231% from the open. Okay, so it's opening print, and then it's 231% opening trade. It's 231%. Obviously the biggest one. There's CLSK, etc. But the beauty of the races is that if you scroll down here, look at MATV as an example, okay? And it's at 12%. But what if when the race starts, and I run 4-minute races, now just think about any race out there, a car race, a sprint, whatever race you can think of. When the race starts, whatever stock is moving the most, you'll start to see it in the leaderboard. Okay. So this stock, what if all of a sudden it was 18%, went from 12 to 18? Well, you'd never see it. I mean, how are you going to see that? Unless you stared at a list, but that'd be crazy, to have to kind of stare at a number and see if it's moving, moving, moving. So that's the beauty, I suppose. Well, I suppose that's the beauty of the races. They can pick something up that is, kind of buried down here, but is really starting to move in relation to the other stocks. And what that percentage means is that since the race started, I'm running 4-minute races. So we have another little over a minute left in this race. TNON has moved 3% since the race started. Okay. Now you can see, shoot. Oh, well, I got out of the pixie. The spread was killing me. I got out of the pixie, but look at it now. Okay. So you see what happens though, until the race is over. I mean, it's just like any other race. They'll be jockeying for position. And at the end of the race, there'll be a winner. And what happens is there's a top list that is created automatically for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. This can be a watch list for you that just gets created for you automatically, and you can follow these stocks all day long. Oh, you see, it's killing me. Oh well. Okay, so that's the concept of the racing, and so the race is over. Okay, the race is over, and Pixie won. Pixie now has won 5 races. The View won 6, CDI won 10, and I'm sharing this one, the biggest gainers from the open. You can run this in the pre-market, Jamie. Yeah, you can run this. I don't start running it until 9:30 when the market opens, but you can run this. Yes, you can run this in the pre-market. There's no that's why there's no filter that is, preventing you from running it. So you wake up in the morning, you can start running this race. Look at Pixie. Wow. I was in at 12, what was I in at? 12, 12.18. I got out for just minor gain. Well, I'm not in path anymore, but hey, good. In 20 minutes, Andy will be showing up. So what is kind of cool about this is that out of nowhere, some stock that you haven't seen at all day long. We see this especially later on in the day. You see some stock, and it's an amazing percent. Like a huge percentage move. Is this Pixie? No, it is not. Oh, here's another one, guys. This GSIW. Oh, another one, probably a low float. We don't even have float information. Is this so this is an IPO today. CASA, Cam, you let me down. You didn't tell me there was an IPO today. So this is an IPO today. Yeah, that's on my homepage, Jamie. Yeah, it's called the biggest gainers from the open. Biggest gainers from the open. Ah, a lot of opportunities. I'm not in the IoT. Anyway, let me take a look at GSIW and see what the deal is with this. So I'm going to my IPO scoop. So 2.5 million shares at 4. So far, this has been a successful. It's over 4. It's got halted at 535. Next step. Next step. Where are you out of? You're out of China. Yes. Keep an eye on this one, guys. This one could be a crazy one today. The GSIW. It's a China IPO. It's above the IPO price right now at of 4. Only 2.5 million shares issued. So much for a lazy, boring Monday or Friday, right? What a day. Did I trade any of big stocks today? What do you mean by big stocks? I traded Path. No, I didn't trade them. No. I know Dell had earnings, but I did not trade Dell. and I was just in the I better be very careful about how I say it. The shift pixie and left a pile on. All right, GSIW. So let's take a look at GSIW. Where is it going to open potentially? 550. Now, again, I mean, this is a China IPO. And if you've been in the room for several years, you know what I'm talking about. Some of these China IPOs can go absolutely crazy the first and maybe even the second day. It's all about the structure. Only 2.5 million shares issued. And the IPO price was, did I say four or did I say five? Just refresh my memory. Yeah, so the IPO price was yeah, so it was 4. So, it's above that obviously at 535. So there is some interest, there's interest immediately. Had this been down at 3 or something, you can tell there's no interest. The offer price is 4 and it's below it. Okay, so yeah, Andy just confirmed to me that it is him today in our YouTube room. Boy, what a fast morning. 15 minutes, I'll be on my break. Won't do it, Grumpy. Won't do it. Wow. So this is so when was the halt? At 11:42 plus 21 seconds. So if this is a 5-minute halt, which typically they are, volatility halts are typically 5 minutes long. So this will open at 11:47 plus 21 seconds, which is about a minute and 5 seconds from now. This blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales, okay, from Interactive Brokers. This tells me the halt price, and this column over here is the suggested where it could open once it resumes. Doesn't mean it's going to at these prices, but so if you were in this one, what you do want to see is something above, the halt price. You wouldn't want to see like 5 here, okay? So, all right, well, let's see now. 10 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. I'm sorry, less than that, sorry. Right now. So it just opened. It did just open. No, I like Chinese IPOs because of the volatility, because they're the ones that can go crazy. I'm not saying I'm taking this right now. I want to see how it trades, and I want to. Ideally for me, it would probably pull back to a level, and then I put a price alert at the high here, and maybe later on in the day it takes it out. No, I like the China stocks because they're the most exciting, but with excitement comes high risk. Shoot, you see, it's doing it already. Missing a lot of opportunities today, guys. IoT. Well, I mean, what can I say? I mean, had the alert at 3191, 3265 now, showed up in both. So again, guys, don't be shy. You can ask me questions, okay? If you're new to the room, for another welcome to the room, but you can ask me questions about the product itself. And you can see right here, look at this one, leading this race right now, GSIW, and it's halted again. And the view, let's take a look at the view. The view is up 8% since the start of this race, almost 4 minutes ago. It's up 8% since the start of the race. And the view is halted. Oh man, this is killing me here. IoT, I was waiting for the 32 break and I just, lost sight of it. Yeah, look at this 30. I'm just waiting for the 32 break, 32.78 now. So you can see, guys, I mean, this is a little gem right there, okay? Combining the option activity, abnormal option activity, and the 10-day daily breakout. Look at that, 3 stocks today. That's it. So tank, I draw your attention, and good morning. I draw your attention to I know you were in it before. Yeah, no kidding, woohoo. So in Canadian dollars, it took out 100, which was just supremely exciting for us. In Canadian dollars, it's over 100. So anyway, I knew you had been in this one before. I know you weren't in anymore, but yeah, is all-time high. I mean, all-time high, just a great company. Ah, my goodness, I'd be a lot richer if I had held on to that Pixie. Phew. Well, Finley, okay, it's a good question, and why don't I set a conditional order? So I want the reason I don't, I every now and then I do, but all I wanted, it wasn't that I wanted to take IoT at $22, okay? I wanted to kn or 30 32, I wanted to know, when it hit it, and then I could evaluate if I wanted to take the trade or not. So it's not that I wanted to take it absolutely at 32 or 32.04. So that's the reason. Anyway, you know what? There are lots of stocks. Just have to get the next one. Boy, the Pixie though was just boy, here's another one. Now this has been on fire now, the option scanner. I mean, it's, look, the market's helping. I mean, the market obviously is helping. Look at it, almost a gap here. Or look at ASO. This was an earning play, I think, yesterday. Yeah, an earnings play yesterday. Not great. Well, it had a tremendous recovery. And look at it today. ASO showed up on the option scanner, 54.78, 55.49 now. So you guys don't have an excuse. My excuse is that, I've got a lot of things on the go, things I'm trying to cover, both internally and other things. So, but you guys have no excuse. You just pay attention to the option scanner and the 10-day daily breakout. You probably do pretty well. I mean, it doesn't mean, you just pile into a trade when you see it, but you can at least pay a lot more attention to it than I can. So it is now 11:55. So Andy is going to be showing up anytime now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my alert in or my announcement in. If you are, I can give it to you. Yes, I can give everybody. File load from cloud. Okay, guys. Yeah, it doesn't really bother me that much, Finley. I know what you're saying. The problem is I cannot concentrate 100% of the time on trading. Okay. So, I get by, with what I'm looking at. But yeah, the BMEA tank, I've seen this all week. Okay, guys. So obviously I'm still here. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. He should be here any moment now. GTLB. Let's see. GTLB. 16 last time I saw it. 16? Yeah, 16.25 just went on a great run. The problem was 2 days ago when it just sold off 15 down to 12, 12.80. That was that was a big sell-off. Looked like it could have been over. But no. Okay, guys, so I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. And I just heard a little pop. So Andy's there. So give me a moment, Andy. I'm just going to put myself on mute in the main room.
No
Okay,
problem.
guys. So Andy has shown up. And in fact, before I take off, let me put the YouTube link into the main room. Okay, guys, I just put the YouTube link in the main room. So I'm going to take my break now. We'll see you in about 1 hour. Andy, and I've been telling everybody to congratulate you on your path trade,
Oh,
even though it was stupid. Should never have done it, but okay.
I know.
Uh,
It's just every now and then you get those gut feelings. This one
yeah.
just had to be right. Yeah, it happened to be right. I've been
Well,
on the
I
wrong.
noticed
I've been on
you
the
were
wrong side
pointing
of
to
those.
well, you were pointing some of the financials like cash on hand and debt and things like that, and I guess you
Well,
just
that
surmised it.
yeah, that and coupled with a lot of the ARC stocks have been having some good earnings this year. And
Mm,
yeah, I've been noticing that. You look at a lot of them. They've been, and of course, ARC's been bouncing. That's another reason. All you got to do is look at
mhm.
ARKK, and you can see it's been a nice move. So, and these were laggers, and
Well,
uh,
yeah. I mean, I'm looking at the position and lifetime range of it, and it's
yeah,
way down in a
sure,
lifetime range. Even in the 2-year range, it's not great.
exactly,
But
exactly.
but today you have a great job.
Thank you. Well, thank you.
It's, it's
Appreciate it.
nice,
Yeah,
isn't it?
it is nice. It is nice to have a nice day for sure. So, uh, I think you can. I think there's several others you can watch out there. This Hassan. I think I'm mad that I missed S this morning. That was definitely on my radar, and I didn't want to chase it. And I kept bidding it, and that thing got away from me. But
Mhm.
another, but hopefully maybe we'll get a pullback and uh, you know,
Yeah, I see
and
Hassan. So, what are you going to do? Are you going to take it December 5th? It has earnings after hours. Are you going to take it on December 5th?
well, yeah, I got a really good price on it. Actually added some. I bought some today, but already
Oh, I
scalped
see.
that
So
out.
you're in
But
it now. Okay.
oh yeah, I'm in it from I think my original position. I can't remember. It could have been down here off the 20.
Okay.
Uh,
But are you going to hold it through earnings?
I might. Yeah, I really
Okay.
might. I don't feel as strong as this one as I did, for Path. But
Okay.
uh, and I tell you one to watch is this TOST. I know it's
Toast,
toast.
TOST.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you always kind of mark it up, but this is one that had earnings and it never really took out earnings, for a month there, and then so I started
Hmm.
buying it above the 10 here, and I added some more this morning. But hey, take a look at what Upstart did. Now, Upstart has a little big short interest, but this is
Hmm.
one that had bad earnings, gap down, and look at it now. So
Right.
TOST can, I just like the risk reward in those things. If I'm wrong, I get out quick.
Well, I can see that. I mean, if it can take a 1555, it's got a lot of room, almost
Yeah,
almost the 1770 or so. So yeah,
yeah,
that is, so I've just put an alert right there. That probably won't happen today, but if it happens
yep,
next week, you're right. It's got a nice little void to potentially fill.
exactly. Uh, this GCT, Steve just got me in. uh, uh,
I'm,
eh, Look at this, 5 million float, 40% short.
yep.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'm agonizing about Pixie right now. I was in this one at 12:26, 12:15. Not the time, but the price. Okay, 12:15. and I got in, and then all of a sudden the spread went like they were 11.90, 12.40, and I don't like that spread anymore. And it's at 14.39. I mean, this is just 15 minutes ago I was in this, but
Oh
I was
man.
I took myself out of it because the spread was driving me crazy. And this is the type of thing that it could
Oh
drop
sure.
$2 just like that. So I said,
Of
you know
course.
what? Don't need the mental anguish, but
Uh-uh.
now it is mentally anguishing me right now because of where it is. But oh well.
Yeah, those kind of like that. You want to be in early, man. You want to be at the right price. But
Mhm.
yeah, you got to be careful chasing. Although the volume is incredible.
Oh yeah, the volume is
Yeah.
incredible. Well, and we're seeing so many of these stocks that are under like well,
Hmm.
if we can believe our provider, sub $1 million or 1 million share floats. So
Yeah.
many now. We never
I
used
know.
to see that, Andy. Never, never,
I
never.
know.
And
I
that's
know.
the exciting part. Hey, you know what? One, I know you love China, so the one you might want to keep an eye on is GSIW.
GSIW.
It's an IPO today.
Ah.
Okay. Oh, so the IPO, so the structure, 2.5 million shares at $4. So you can see right now, and it's halted
Oh
again.
yeah.
It's halted again. But these crazy China IPOs, these with that structure, well, I mean, they can do something really insane. I mean, it's one might think, well, it's already insane. It's 100% from the IPO price, but you know what I mean.
Oh yeah.
So
Oh,
I'm
look
going to
at that.
stick.
Yeah, that just
So
that thing just
well,
went from 8 to 677 or something like that. Good lord.
it was halted. It was halted. So yeah, so now it's come out of the
Oh
halt.
man, yeah.
But I will
Ooh.
look at this, the high of the day. Later on in the day, if it takes out that high of the day, I might be interested.
Okay.
My
Yeah.
my my hope is that it just sort of stays around this area for a while,
Yeah.
maybe in the
And
afternoon.
then takes it
It
out.
pops through eight again and gets people excited like me. Okay, Andy, I better take off.
Yeah, take off,
There's
man.
a couple
Yeah,
things I got to.
and take the full hour, buddy.
Full hour. Thank you.
All
Okay.
right, man. Have a good one.
Okay. Okay. Bye
Bye-bye.
bye.
Hi, everybody. Hey, Perfect Circle. How are you? Yeah, what a crazy market we've had. All right. If you're in here for the first time, my name is Andy. We hijack Barry's uh, room for an hour to provide support. So if you do need any help with anything, something that you're working on, a configuration, uh, or any question you might have, yeah, hit me up. Just use the chat, and we'll see if we can help. But other than that, if you have any questions about stocks you're looking at, charts, we can look at that as well. Let's see here. Let's- That Carvana had a nice little move. All right, let's take a look at the market here and see where the spies may be headed. Starting to feel like we're going to go to all-time highs, but by the end of the year, crazy. But if we look back to our left, we can see right over here that there is a level of resistance. And let's just draw a line there. And let's scroll back and see if there's, yeah, you got a couple of spots there. So this is definitely kind of a pivot level coming up. And the SPY, see if we don't stall out there. All right, guys, you're awful quiet out there. Be sure, I know it's a Friday and you probably made all your money this morning. GCRM still going on. Yeah, this stuff's getting out of control. I don't know what's wrong with my PLTR today. That's I haven't checked for any news, but yeah, I cannot get going. I thought that looked really good coming into today too as well, but doesn't want to participate. Let's see if we got any news on it. I usually check it. Consensus hold. This is not really anything. So we'll see. But I got a decent price on that. I'm in that from 1949. So just put me an alert down here in case it goes off. May have to flat it. Good job, Iris. Yes, yes, Patrick. The CEO, he's been buying it for a while too, not just recently. He's been buying it like over the last year. So he's been getting after it. So that one, I'd like to get more aggressive, but I don't want to do it on a Friday. It still has a couple of if it can get through this level right there. If it gets through that, I think it's going to be a quick run, to probably 25. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, not a time to get aggressive. Gosh, the banks have been. This is just crazy. Feels like something's gonna something bad's gonna happen soon. But ride the wave while you can. Gosh, this QS, I like this Q. I like the news on that QS 3 days ago, and I got juked out of half of my position earlier, so that's why you're seeing a negative. Hi, Iris. How you doing? Uh, ABOS. All right, let's take a look. Yeah, it's definitely a bottom fisher. I like that it's go back to this high right here. It did have earnings, so that's kind of comforting. This action is happening after earnings. I mean, you still got to. I look at sub $5 stocks a little bit differently, but uh, yeah, man. That's a 1 month high there, breaking out. Yeah, boy, it could easily go to $3. Not strong volume today, just a little bit above average, but you did have some come in here midday. So not bad there, Zahid. Yeah, I mean, if the volume can stay steady, that looks like it has $3 written all over it. But because there's no, you see, if you look left, the next high is actually 350. So I'm just using the kind of the 10 period. I'm sorry, the 50 period moving average may cause some issues there, but yeah, it doesn't look bad at all. Scanner for breakout on daily. No, I haven't really created a new scanner. I think uh, you know, I think you can use like a regular, new high, and just if you want to use a 5 day or a 10 day, you can kind of bracket the 10 days so it's not overextended. So in other words, this extreme volume high low pro Let's just do this right here. And I know you have this one, Iris, but let's pop out this strategy here for the long side. All right, and let's text the headers. I don't know why that doesn't. If you have them text. Okay, so if you look at the configuration here, you're going to see that all I'm asking for it to do is be at a certain range. Okay, like a 10-day range. It has to be a minimum. So I want to see it, breaking through or already through a 10-day range or and close to being through a 20-day range. But if you took this one and you wanted to use like, I want to catch stocks that are breaking out of a 10-day range, but I don't want to chase. I want to see them as they're breaking out. So what you could do is uh let's take off some of the stuff, volume. I just want to see what kind of, just to show you what you can do here. Now what we can do is bracket this, and we can put, you want to see it breaking out, so you don't want it to be above 110 max. So in other words, this will prevent it from being, X percentage above that breakout. So if you just bracket things like this, it works really well. Let me do something here just to make sure. Let's do volume today. See volume today, shares. And we'll just add 200,000. We'll see if we can catch anything from today. The market is so extended. I don't know if we're going to see anything today. And why am I getting so many? What the heck's going on? Why? Something's not right. Good Lord. All right, let's put some volume filters. Position in 10-day range. All right, let's do a relative volume. 1.5. Okay, there you have it right there. Stag. See, it's hitting a new high and it's breaking out of this 10-day range right here. Okay. So that's what those ranges will do. If you want to narrow them down and bracket them like I did, you won't get these ones coming through that are up, 20% on the day. You're only going to see them as they're breaking through the 10-day high there. Let's do this right here. Let's take a look at today. See what's come through. Well, see, here's the thing. It's hard to prevent, uh, because let's face it, this is a 10-day high. Yesterday was a 10-day high. So I think you could probably, mess around with it. Maybe do a 1 month range. Let's try this. We have a 30. Yeah. No, it's 30-minute. I thought we had a. Do we have it under 1 month? No, I thought we had a. No, we have a 20. That's right. So let's do a 20-day range. All right, position in 20-day range. And let's add filter. So on this Ralph Lauren, maybe you don't want it, you know, above its 20-day range yet, So this one would be definitely breaking out of its 20-day range. So let's try this. Let's put a cap on 20-day range max. How we do this? It's really tough to do because you can't compare these candles. Let me just try this right here, 75. Okay, DVAX, see, now this is more like it, although it's not really breaking out, but it's breaking out of a 10-day range, and you would have caught that earlier. So you kind of, when you put like a cap on a 20-day range like that, you're gonna get some. Uh, got a lot of DVAX. Hood. Let's take a look at Hood. Yeah, so there's a good one. Okay, it's breaking out of its 10, its 10-day range, right there on volume. Probably came through a little bit quicker. So you could have caught it here at 919, and you probably could, yeah. So there's your signal. It's breaking out of a 10-day range, but you can see it's in the lower part of its 20-day range. So something like this would probably work for you. But like I said, you're gonna probably get some ugly charts when you're capping that 20-day range like that. Ooh, see, that would have been a nice one right there. See it coming through? Boom. You caught that 10-day breakout, but it's still, so something like that would work. Yeah, perfect circle. I like, look at that right there. See, you got a break right there, 1650 out of that 10-day range. So, guys, I'm telling you, if you get to playing around with these position and range filters, okay, hold on just a minute. I got stuff. K Web is rolling back over on me. Shoot. Make sure there's no pain going on here. Thought that may have been a, yeah, that K Web's just kind of doji. Oh well, I'm all right. Getting back though, learn to use those position and range filters. You can do so much with those things, and this is just a great example of how you can set, something breaking out of a 10-day high like that. You just bracket it. You just bracket it, and that way you get the signal when it's breaking out of a 10-day high. I don't like the idea of capping, but it'll prevent you from getting those ones that are overextended, because even if they're overextended, yesterday was the 10-day high. So okay, the spies are getting a little bit tired now. See, there's that upstart coming through. So look at that. You would have got that upstart at right when it took out this yesterday's high. So that's beautiful. So you can see, uh, Iris, that something like this should work for you, and I'll share it with you. VST was actually on my list today to keep an eye. It's on my swing trade watcher. There you have it. Boom, breaking out of it right there. So let me rename this, and let me take out it's a little too crowded. Let me take out the description, and we'll call it, I may have to put this, make it part of my little 10-day high break. And we will shorten this up a little bit. And I will share it for you, with you. Did I pick volume one minimum? I don't think. Let's check. I think all I used was yeah, all I use is a relative volume. Has to have relative volume of 1.5. Yeah, on the extreme volume, I have Yeah, that's looking for extreme volume. And I'll if you don't have that one, Marvin, I'll share that one with you as well. Uh, but let's see, do I still have it? Thank you, Iris. There you go. And I'll share this extreme volume. Yeah, that's looking for volume in the 1 minute has to be 1000%, and volume in the 5 minute has to be 500%. So that's looking for breakouts or stocks with just heavy momentum that's doing huge volume. Extreme volume, high low pro. Let's see. Yeah, that's it. That will show them also to the downside as well. There you go. And yeah, this one right here, I may have to find a place for it. Keep it up over there. This toast getting up to highs right here. I may even add more. Used to have a higher short float. It doesn't. You can see the short growth has been coming down. That tells you shorts have been getting out of their short position, which can be a good thing. I mean, tells you maybe some of those shorts that's been shorting it for a while feel like it's reached its pinnacle or to the downside because it wouldn't be a pinnacle abyss, and hopefully it starts to bounce here. If it wasn't a Friday going into an afternoon, I'd probably add, but I'm not going to do that. Bear with me just 1 second. I've got to check a position here. And there's the toast alert that I had. Let's see if any volume comes in. If no volume comes in, you're welcome, Marvin. Marwin. Yeah, I'm probably butchering it. I know, but Brett, you know what? I don't. The pre-market. I just kind of. I don't have a setup one. I usually just go to the channel there. Yeah. I don't have. I found with the pre-market, it's best just to do a basic alert. I mean, I have like a. And then I like to look at the. Let's see. I got a pre-market high up more than 3%. See what came through there today. So it's going to show you stocks that are hitting highs. It's going to have the 5 minute because the volume in the 5 minute does work. So let's say today. So you got alt coming through a lot. Of course, that was in pre-market. You can see it didn't hold up very well. Man, it was running in Pixie, I think. So this is I found this just doing a regular pre-market high. It's not so much setups and then just looking at the charts. Nexi was active in pre-market. So this is all I have. I'll be happy to share it with you. I'm really one that just kind of looks at top list and I don't chase stocks and stuff, but this is definitely give you stocks, show you stocks that are moving uh, in pre-market. Okay, let me just share it from here. There you go. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, anybody that is serious about trading and they use this platform, take the time, a couple of weeks to really nail it. And yeah, it's an incredible. I've been using it since it's very first launched. So with chart setup, when you scroll and move around the chart time frame change, are you on uh, the browser charts, Marwan? Are you on the browser interface charts, or you're just using our regular charts? Right, but inside the app, see, you have the ability to put it on. It's going to be defaulted to browser. Okay, this is they're kind of new, and we're still working through some of the. Oh gosh, I'm not supposed to do that. It's gonna hold on. Let me redo my race layout before it messes up on me. Yep, it's already got me, I think. Hold on here. I think I'm gonna have to. Yeah, when you yeah, it got me. Hold on just a minute here. You're welcome, Iris. Okay, this is my older layout. I use the race layout now, but I'll show you what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's if you're using this browser interface, you should see the picture-in-picture charts. Okay, yeah, that can cause when you're scrolling. We're still trying to work through some of the bugs, when you're scrolling around on those. So what you can do is right-click in here and take it off the browser interface, and you should have better luck, with that, Marwin, from now. I'm not sure what you mean by time and sell and time and sell. We don't have time and sales. Uh, Geez, Baidu. Gosh dang it. I bought that yesterday and got stopped out this morning. Let me go to my race layout. Oh yeah, perfect circle. I'll definitely watch that game. Should be a good one. I can't understand why Oregon is so heavily favored when Washington beat them last time. What am I missing there? Okay, good. No, no, we don't have time and sales data, Marvin. No, I'm not using interactive brokers. I'm not. I have it. I have it downloaded. I have an account there, but I'm not. I'm not currently using it. Uh, I'm trading through Schwab. The kind of trading I do, I don't like paying commissions, so uh, I have a account through Schwab and Merrill Lynch and free commissions, and so I just do my trading on there. Trade. I like trading zero commissions because I'm pretty active for a swing trader. So I mean, even at 0.001, I think is what interactive brokers. It can add up at the end of the month. So I just rather now if you're active trading, yeah, I can definitely understand that. All right, spider's getting a little bit jiggity up there at the top, but man, may see some profit taking in the at the very final 30 minutes. I could see that, definitely see that happening since we're getting up to a level of resistance there in the spies. Let's take a look at the cues real quick, see where they're what they're doing. They're kind of lagging. I got my big boys top list up, and they've been kind of selling off lately. This meta, yeah, God, look how close it got to my alert there. Yeah, I can't figure that one out. Hmm. Sure. I tell you, that Penix is something else, man. That dude is for real. Got to check something again. Hold on just one second. Hey, Calvin, are you need help with stocks setting up alerts for approaching above or below where? Uh, Approaching like the new high for today? Uh, the VWAP. Well, once again, it's the above or below VWAP. Okay, let's dive into this. It's a good little. Was going to put an alert window. Or what I would do in this case is just do a top list, because if you can do an alert and use like a 5 minute high or a 5 minute low, but I think what You probably have to use some other filters, obviously, because if you just looking for every stock, approaching the VWAP, uh, you're going to get tons of stuff in your top list. So I don't know if you're looking for momentum, stocks doing good volume, stocks that are up on the day and maybe pulling back to their VWAP. So there's a lot of variables we probably need to. Um, oh, you have a symbol list. Okay, good. If you have a symbol list, and uh, that solves that. So really, all you really need to do if you have a symbol list is do. Now, let me ask you. We have PLTR. Uh, we're gonna have several VWAPs. Okay, so you got distance from VWAP one, two, three, and four, and fives, and it's basically VWAP one is intraday. So are you interested in intraday, Cobbin, or maybe a 5 day VWAP? If you're a day trader, you're probably interested in the VWAP one. Is that correct? If you're a swing trader, you might be interested in more of a VWAP five. Or Barry would be angry at me calling it VWAP. VWAP. All right. So basically, all you need to do is you want to obviously drop your symbol list in there, and then take this distance from VWAP, add the filter. Now, what you could do if you wanted to, just bracket it. So if you wanted to run everything in one scan, you could bracket this and then use a distance from VWAP column. So let me just get one of my symbol list out here and just see, so I won't get too much data in here. I think I gotta, let me just do the big boys and only the following list and big boys. All right, so now we have a very limited amount of stocks, and then we could come in here and do. It's going to show you this example right now, distance from VWAP, and this is a percentage. So we want to do, let's do negative 0.05, and now let's just do, make sure we get some data coming in here. So we could do zero point 0.1, 0.5, and zero point 0.5 on the upside. And then we'll have our columns in here, and we could just do uh, symbols already in there. Definitely want to do change from close. Where's price? There it is. Price, change from close. Let's throw a little relative volume in there. And distance from VWAP. We want to throw that column in there. Okay. And let's launch it and see if we have anything right now in the big boys trading near their VWAP. Okay. Seems like they're all hugging their VWAP right now because they're just not doing a whole lot. But if you looked right here, you would see, let me add the VWAP in here. Accent colors, okay. And that should be ready. Okay. So you can see here, Microsoft is popping above, its VWAP. Well, 10 minutes ago, you would have seen it just below it. It would have been a negative symbol. So something like this would work. Uh, Now, obviously, this is just a bunch of big cap stocks, so they're all not going to be too far away. Amazon. So you could make this a little bit tighter. Yeah, that's kind of far away. So let's just do this. We can just hover in again, and we'll do. Let's do 0.2. See, so I tightened it up now, and now I'm only got 3 stocks that shows you close to their VWAP. Meta and Microsoft, the ones we just looked at, are just right above it. So INOQ. Oh man, I'm gonna chase. Alertnet PLTR. Keep an eye on this one because if it does get through that, 5-day high, I think it can really go. So, Calvin, would something like this work for you, or would you rather be alerted? You'd rather be alerted when it approaches the V1? Because if you do that, you're probably going to have to do 2 different scans. You're going to have to do one for stocks where the price is approaching its VWAP from the upside, but above it, or you could do one where it's approaching it from the downside as well, using probably like a 5-minute high or a 5-minute low, depending on which way you want to do it. Or will something like this work for you, where it's only going to populate into the scan if it's close to the VWAP? It'd be easy to create an alert. So yeah, just whatever your preference is, you could be alerted. Would you rather be alerted, or would a top list work for you? Okay, let's just show you. First of all, we could take this and convert it into a show you how to collaborate and then convert a top list into a alert window. Just hit collaborate, and you want to copy all. Then just come over here and launch a new alert window. You just click OK because you're going to change it anyway. And then collaborate and paste all. And not sure why it's called. All right, let's see. Let's do this. Configure. And we want to take off that heart and change it to a heartbeat. And we want to do like a 5-minute high. 5-minute high. And we want to change this one to 5-minute high, and we want it below. So we want it hitting a 5-minute high, but we want it below the VWAP. So what we could do is just make sure we put 0 as a max, and we can continue with that point 2. Or do you want it above, Cobbin? Do you want it hitting a 5-minute high and breaking above that VWAP, or do you still want it below to kind of maybe get a head start? Because if you wanted to do it where it's hitting a 5-minute high and breaking through the VWAP, put a 0 in the min, and then come over here and put a point 2, and we'll see if it's still on my symbol list. Big boys. Okay, so right here we're doing it. It's a 5-minute high, and all we're doing is a distance from VWAP. We're putting a 0, so that tells me it has to be through the VWAP because it cannot be below it. And then we're putting point 0.2 here in the max, so we're not still getting 5-minute highs once it's well above it. And then we just hit OK. Oh, I got to select my alerts here. No, thought I did 5-minute high. Add alert. There we go. Take it off new high. Okay. So let me add a time. Okay, let's do history for today. Make sure this is working properly. So what you always do, just do a history for today. Okay, and let's go back to Microsoft. One on top here at 1139. You can see it is distance from VWAP 0.01. So if we come in here to, sorry, Microsoft, there you have it. Boom, it popped through this VWAP and it notified you once it hit the 5-minute high. So you got notified in this one at 373.93. I'm not sure what Barry just coming in and dropping things without letting us know what he's dropping. Don't click on that. Could be dangerous.
No, 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 no.
I'm kidding.
No. Let me just because I'm coming into the tail end of this
Hmm.
VWAP stuff, and I'm sure you must have told who was it, Kevin? You must
Hmm.
have told him about using a topless window,
I did.
and okay, so that's what I actually think using a topless window as opposed to an alert window is maybe better.
Yeah.
Because if you look at, I put two in there, the VWAP just a little bit over and the VWAP just a little bit under, and sorting on the VWAP itself.
Right.
And, you know, so to me, it's almost better because instead of waiting for the break, you can kind of set yourself up saying, this is getting really close.
Yeah.
Maybe I should pay
That's
attention
what
to it right
it's
now.
funny. It's funny that you mentioned that because that's kind of what I was when I was showing him the top list. I was kind of what I was explaining to him.
Yeah.
But I could see if you're sitting back here and all of a sudden, bam, you get the Microsoft right there, at 373. Boom. That
Mhm.
was a good signal there, and
Right.
got a whole buck out of it.
And
So it's a matter of preference. It's subjective.
Well, and the other thing is, I know we do have the actual alert, but I know people get a little upset because it's not. It waits for a volume
Right.
confirmation on the actual alert.
Right.
I've done some tests on that, and yeah, every now, like it depends how bent out or shape you want to get. I mean, if it's 2 cents away from the VWAP when you get the alert, is that the end of the world? If it's a 2 cent stock, maybe, but if
Right.
it's but if it's Microsoft, it really isn't the end of the world.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
So I don't know. But I know people get a little ornery when, hey, I got the trigger and it's 2 cents away or 3 cents away.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I hear you.
So
Yeah, I hear you, Barry. But I showed him both ways, Calvin. So
okay,
do you? Uh, yeah, take your break, Barry. Man, you work too hard.
okay. Well, I was getting back in, and I heard. I always like to hear what you guys are talking about. That's all,
Sure.
just in case I can, pitch in. And wow, by the way, look, check out that GSIW.
Oh boy.
It's come right back, and it's almost approaching that high. That could be the one, Andy.
Oh.
It could be the one. Anyway, I will, okay, I'll put myself on mute again. Okay.
All right,
I'll be back
Barry.
in about 8 minutes.
No problem. Bye bye.
Okay, bye.
Okay, Calvin, do you need me to share them, or did you follow along where you can build your own? It's pretty easy. And if I share it with you, it's going to have my symbol list, which you're not going to have, so you're going to have to drop your own symbol list in it anyway. Look at this market still going to highs. Let me know, Calvin, if you do. Okay, okay, I'll share these. Uh, Let me go ahead and name it. Uh, uh, breaking breaking above VWAP. Now, remember, anybody who grabs this, this is if this is for a symbol list, so you would need to, you know, put your symbol. If you pull it up, it's not going to work for you, so you'd have to put your own symbol list in there. But there you go, Calvin. No, I can see, how you would want, someone might want the, alert versus, the top list, especially if you have, a lot of stocks that you're following. All right. Yeah, Toast didn't do it. Toast of the town didn't do anything like I figured. BLTR didn't do anything. You know what? Somebody was asking about that the other day, and I think send a send that question to info because it seems like one of the traders may have did a custom formula for that. I don't use that, so I don't much about it. But if you'll send that question to info@trade-ideas.com, I dropped it in there. Uh, it can definitely, yeah. Chris knows the answer. Right. All of the custom has to be filters. You cannot do custom alerts. Man, I was in this from yesterday and scalped it out. It kept going. I scalped it out because I noticed my PLTR wasn't going. There's that GSIW that Barry talked about. Boy, I'd like to have grabbed it around 4:30. Good Lord. I can't trade. No, I can't trade these in my account.
Do it. Do it.
And not in my account, man. It's too cumbersome. Yeah.
Oh man. Well, I took a little piece, just a little piece, just to see, and we'll see what happens on this
Yep.
crazy GSIW. I just want it to go to yeah, I just want it to go to 100. That's all.
Now, when you do something like that, will you just eyeball it, or you actually would
Yeah.
put a hard stop in? You won't put a hard stop in.
I no, I do have a price I'm going to get out. I mean, if it gets down to 8, I'm gone.
Okay.
But I'm watching it like a hawk right now.
There
It
you
looks
go.
like it's going to get halted right now. 960. Well, maybe not. But yeah, I mean, I just got in around 860 or something, and now we'll just see. I might take some out right now. I don't want to go crazy. Yeah, so I took some out right now in case it can't get through 10. But if it gets through 10, look out.
Yeah.
990, 991 right now. But you can see the spread. I mean, somebody asked about time and sales. Yeah, we don't have. I mean, but I think the individual said he had an Interactive Brokers account. And of course, that's all I use is time and sales from IB.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, come
Oh,
on,
there's your
yes.
10.
This is reality TV at best. I mean, at the
Yeah,
best.
there
I
you go.
always talk about the craziness on TV. This is reality. Oh man. But you know what? The minute I saw that this was a China IPO
Yeah.
and it was over the IPO price of 4 and it only had 2.5 million, it gets me captivated, Andy. Really. And now it just got halted. Whoa, it got halted and the potential open is 1044.
Now, how can you tell the potential open?
Well, that's because I've got IB. Let me take over the screen. Okay.
Okay.
So there it is. 1751. I mean, it's not going to.
Wait, I
But
can't see your screen.
oh,
I,
you
ne- I I
can?
need to stop sharing. Hold on.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That's right. Okay.
See it now?
Yeah. Let's see.
Okay.
No, well, tell me what you're looking at. The bid
Okay, so you
offer?
see
Oh, okay.
you see the blue box that I'm moving around. Whoops, the blue box that I'm moving around here.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I got it.
Okay, well, that's time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, so there you see GSIW, you see the halt at 10:06, and on this column here, this is the potential where it could open.
Okay. So those are bid and
Okay,
offers, right?
exactly. But I mean, it
Okay.
changes. I mean,
Right, of
it,
course.
it could go right back down to 10. And as you know, they're usually 5-minute halts. So I'm hoping it's a 5-minute halt, not 10, because the longer it goes, the longer they can drift down. So I'm hoping
Exactly.
we get a nice 5-minute open. So, but wow.
Oh,
You see what's
crazy,
happening?
man.
Yeah, I know. It is crazy. It is crazy. And I'm a conservative trader, Andy. I really am a conservative trader. But
I know you are.
when it
Yeah.
comes to these sort of things, I'm just getting a feel for them. I've had a feel for them for about a couple
Mhm.
of years now.
I
So
know. I know you have. Yeah.
that's all it really is. This is not trading 101, believe me.
No,
It's
no.
not even close. Well, can you teach me how to do that? No. Anyway, so it's 1 o'clock now. I don't know, big weekend for sports,
Oh, yeah.
for
Oh,
college
yeah.
football.
A lot of
So
college football. Man, I tell you what, Seattle and Denver played a good
ah,
game last night, man. I
yeah, well,
wasn't expecting that. Yeah.
I think the referees got a
Gotcha.
little too involved on a couple of drives, and yeah, ticked me off immensely, immensely. Yeah, I was expecting a blowout, so I suppose the fact that it wasn't. Maybe they can get it together in the last, win 2 or 3 games and maybe eke into the playoffs. But anyway, it was a good game, though. I have to
It
admit, it was
was.
a good
Yeah,
game.
it was. It was
But
sloppy at times, a lot of
well,
penalties, but yeah.
that's the thing. I mean, I know we're way up. The NFL, to me, every single play,
I know.
I look to see if there's a flag. See if that
I'm
little
telling
flag
you,
is
man.
dropped on my
Ugh,
screen. Every single play. I'm
I
not
know.
just talking about last night. It's just
It's
so
too yeah,
flag happy.
let them play.
Oh my gosh, let him play. I mean, some of these ticky-tacky, and I don't agree with the pass interference that, it's I like the way they do it in college football. What is it, a 15-yard penalty?
Yeah, I agree
It's
too.
too onerous.
It
I
is.
mean, come
It's a
on.
joke.
It's a joke. And there's no guarantee the guy would have caught it anyway without
Mm-mm.
the pass interference, obviously. So anyway,
I
enough of
agree.
that. Enough of sports talk radio. All right, Andy. Well,
All
have a
right,
great
Barry.
weekend.
You do the same, and everybody, you guys do the same. Bye bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. Rooms, and I was just talking to Andy. I'm in this GSIW, and hope it opens sooner than later. At one point, at one point, this number said 18 or 19. So there's our halt. I'm in at around 850, 840, 850, and I've taken some off. I took some off around the 950 mark, and now I'm going to hold on and see what happens. Okay, okay. Thank you, William. And what was the halt? It was at 12:58. Plus 29 seconds. So if this is a 5-minute halt, which I really hope it is, it's going to open in about half a minute or so, a little over half a minute. Come on, don't. I got to keep it on here. Well, anytime in theory, anytime a stock crosses the VWAP on the way up, in theory, if it holds, okay, see how it trades around it. In theory, I don't know about the 200, but I mean, anytime a stock crosses, in theory, that is more positive than negative. In theory, okay, guys. Obviously, I have to wait on this one to see where it's going to open, how it's going to open. So if this is a 5-minute halt, this will open it in 20 seconds. No kidding, perfect. No kidding. Okay, guys, 4, please open, please open, please open, please open, please open. Sometimes it's a little bit after. Ah, shoot. This looks like it's gonna be a 10-minute halt. Oh, well, I'm gonna have to, just hold on. I mean, it's not gonna kill me. I mean, I'm out, so I'm in the 950 level, so but, look at the PayPal or not the PayPal, the PAPL. Yeah, so again, general rule of thumb, something crosses above the VWAP, bullish, something crosses below, bearish. But that's why, it's a good idea to see what it does. That's what, when we look at, let's just look at this one, okay, PAPL. There's the VWAP at 196. So a lot will look at that and go, okay, if it gets down to the VWAP, what is it going to do? Will the VWAP hold it? In other words, will that act as support and then bounce off it? Or does it pile through it and then, and then that turns into a short. The problem is you got to wait a bit. And sometimes waiting a bit, especially on some of these really cheap ones that are really active, you might not be able to really take the trade effectively because I mean, it's not just a matter of, I mean, how long do you wait? If it broke down through the VWAP at 196, let's say it gets down to 187, you pile in and short it. Not necessarily because, it could easily just bounce right back up because the nature of something with, such a low float. Now, if you're talking about a more traditional stock, probably, you could be a little more, less conservative, I suppose. And so it takes out the VWAP maybe by 4 or 5 cents, and then you take the trade, short it, and if it gets back up to the VWAP, you get out. You just say, hey, didn't work, but you have a tight stop. When it's a stock that has a very tight spread and more traditional, rather than these, these type, in my opinion, anyway. And we replay past dates like we do in the simulator. Well, if you take a look at an alert window, this is a question from our YouTube room. If you take a look at this alert window right there, if I right click and click on um, history, and then you can go. Well, obviously there's today, there's yesterday, and then but you can pick your time frame. You can, use this calendar, and you can pick your time frame to see what the past alerts were, if that's what you mean. So it's not going to be something that is just replaying on here, but you can pick your time frame and see all the past alerts, if that's what you're talking about. But if you're looking for something that's dynamic, like take this alert window and have it just run through the last 4 days automatically, no. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Just took some out, guys. Took some out on that little move over 11. And this looks like it could get halted on the way. I don't have much left. It's going to get halted on the way down. So that's okay. I don't have much left. So, no, it didn't get halted. I'm out of everything now, guys. I'm out of it all now. And I thought I could have sworn it was going to get halted. The reason I thought so is that the bid ask was basically stuck, at a penny. Like it wasn't these numbers, but let's say it was 11 and 11:01. It's typically on something moving this quickly. There's no way. So typically that is the kind of the precursor to a halt. Anyway, I'm out of it now. I may, I may put an alert at 11:72 at the high and see if it takes that out later on. Oof. IB is my broker. Yeah. When you say you cannot short sell, you mean Fidelity is not allowing you to short sell anything? Hmm. Well, William, I think has Fidelity, but I think he had to go. So I don't know. Yeah, that's is it because of your account or just are you a new subscriber? Oh, okay. So it's not okay. As somebody said, you have to have a margin account, of course, but you know all that. It's something. Oh, okay, okay. So it's a system issue. Interesting. Well, as I say, I'm certainly no shill for interactive brokers, but I've had them for 7 or 8 years now. It's not the prettiest of platforms, but I've never had an issue with them. And it's something like this for me, and I don't, I pay half a cent a share in commissions. Again, it doesn't that I don't get all bent out of shape because of that. And I will take reliability over pretty any day. Okay. I you're talking about a long, long, long time ago, Alan, in terms of Realtek. Certainly not Realtek 3. I mean, I have no idea. I think I experimented with Realtek, but this is probably in the 90s, late 90s, maybe early 2000s. Well, I don't think IB is going to steal my money either, but you're right. Hey, you got to be comfortable. Okay, guys. Okay, so it's been confirmed that Fidelity has some technical issues. So hopefully it doesn't allow you to, or it's not preventing you if you're in a trade to get out of it. Because, you better make sure of that because then, the prudent thing to do is don't trade until you know you can get out of a trade. All right, guys. So this is from the RAI. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, a nice percentage move. 127 was the alert. It's at 136 now. The interesting thing is maybe next week. Okay. Maybe next week. I'm gonna stick an alert. That's the next high looking left on the daily chart. So I'm gonna stick an alert right there at 158 and see if maybe next week it takes it out because look at all the room it's got. Well, yeah, that's the minimum. You're absolutely right. Well, you're absolutely right. I mean, listen, I'm not trading penny stocks. I'm not going 10,000 shares into a, 2-cent stock. Though I recall somebody telling me many, many years ago that, if that's what you want to do, you can kind of make a deal with IB. But yeah, that's not my trading style. I'm not taking like thousands upon thousands of shares of a really cheap stock. This is the Weibo from yesterday, WB, which was basically an all-day short until it wasn't, until it actually finally popped a bit. But now it's resuming its way down. WB, this was an earnings play on November 9th, so wasn't anything to do with earnings yesterday. Hey, Jason, glad it worked. They're not easy, but I just have a bit of a plan for playing these IPOs a day of, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And what I was saying earlier is that, I was looking at the high of the day, and it was right in this area. It was starting to move. I mean, technically the high was up here at 880. We decided to take it just a little bit before that. And I believe it or not, I have a high price alert at the high of the day. It may, later on, it may pop through that, but I'm not anticipating it's going to. That's why I have a price alert there. By anticipation, I mean, I'm not taking some now because I think it's going to happen. I have no idea if it's going to. Yeah, it's not so much I don't like them, Alan. I just don't trade them. I would never say, people ask, should I trade ETFs? I would never say no because I don't like them. Therefore, you shouldn't. I'm not just talking to you. I just never got into trading ETFs. I find, the ETFs don't have the same, even though you're telling me that, yeah, I mean, that is a great DPST. I mean, that's excellent, 62 to 73. I just prefer the action of the stocks. Speaking of which, I had an alert set for this NUZE. Why? Look at this, guys. Oof, low float, very low float, crazy one. But look at this. Look at the potential gap fill, 558. Boy, keep an eye on this one. I mean, the spread is terrible right now. 311, 322. Not a lot of volume. 19 relative volume. That's excellent, but it's not a lot of volume. But maybe the volume is picking up. Maybe traders will start to see this, and taking out that 315. And just all I do, I mean, look left. So JJ, are you talking about shorting when you're talking about selling, or are you talking about already in a position and not able to get out of it? There is a problem. I mean, we've been talking, well, I don't have Fidelity, but people have been talking about that in the room. There is an issue with Fidelity. Guys, I'm having to watch. Scary one, guys. I'm in it. It's scary. The NUZE. The spread actually tightened enough so I could take a bit of a trade in at the 320 mark. But if that's, I've got a, okay, I'm out. I'm out. I don't, you see, I'm out basically flat, but look at that. I mean, look how the spread just widened. So I was willing to take the shot on it. Oof, okay. Well, I still want to put an alert back here because you never know next week. Just needed more volume. Okay, guys. Well, I got to do a video. Okay, guys. I mean, this could be a crazy one. I'm going to do a video now anyway, but this could be a crazy one. The NUZE. I mean, it's got to settle down a little bit, but it's got that low float. I mean, a crazy low float. Volume is starting to pick up. 31 times normal now. It's starting to pick up. So, again, this is highly risky, but look at you're always talking risk reward. I mean, look at the potential void fill. Nobody is saying it's going to get back up to 561 ever. But traders look at this and go, man, look at the area. I call it the void, the gap, whatever you want to call it. So I'm going to stick an alert here again. I do see that. I do have the 5 minute. I do have a 5 minute channel. I see it's probably very similar. It broke to me, it broke way above what I'm looking at. Now it's a little bit below. But I also think that these things, I mean, I don't know, do they really care about a channel? I mean, I can see the more traditional type stocks, but maybe these also. Oh, I see. I thought you were talking about a channel. Okay. But look at the volume. I mean, the volume today is decent for it. 340,000. Yesterday it was about 100 and it's picking up. Anyway, I'm going to do a video. And All right, it shouldn't be that long, but again, in case I have some technical issues, so say 135 ET should not be that long. So I'm going to put myself on mute in both rooms. Yeah, just give me a moment, Marwan. I'll answer your question. I did run into a minor technical issue, so I just going to have to put myself on hold. I hope I'll be back in a couple of minutes, but I'm going to have to put myself on hold on mute. Okay, I just have to figure something out. But I will try to help you. Okay. Okay. One moment. Oh, what does the position and range mean? Okay. So Marwan, can you hear me and see my screen? Okay, well, this is what the position and range means. Okay, we have a lot of position and range filters. Okay, so if I right click configure and search and I type in position, okay, so we have a lot of different position and ranges, 5 minute, 15, position of the open. Position and range, what this refers to, if you use this, if you wanted to see stocks that were right at the high of the day. Well, okay, what the percentage would, if you wanted to see stocks that were, almost at the high of the day, but not quite, you could put like a position in range of the day's range, say 90 to 95, minimum of 90, maximum of say 95. That would show you stocks within 5 to 10% of the high of the day, as an example. Okay. If you want to see stocks right at the, like literally at the high of the day, you could put 99%. That'll be basically right at the high of the day. So look at IoT as an example. IoT is all like just because it well, right now, if you had that column, it would show 100%. Let me let me show you one I've got over here. This is a top list window that I've got, and I sort it on the stocks that are near the high of the day. That is that position and range filter. So if I look at F and I sort it, so I'm going to see the stocks that are right near the high of the day. If you see a little sliver of white here, that means it's not quite at the high. And as I keep moving down, 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 this is a stock that's near the low of the day. There's slight little sliver of white that you can see. Okay, so if I look at TGTX right now, TGTX, you can see that it's virtually at the high of the day. Okay, there might be just a 1 cent above or 1 cent below. Okay. Um, well, you can experiment. Okay, just like I said, if you're looking for stocks that are right near the high of the day but not quite above it, you could put, in that position and range filter that I showed you, you could put say a minimum of I don't know. I mean, you probably won't get too many, but say try a minimum of 96 and a max of 99. Okay, that would mean they're within 1 to 4% of the high of the day, or in the range. Make sense? Okay, great. And if you're looking for the downside, put, well, it sounds like you wanna see stocks near the high of the day, so speaking of TGTX, it's on my watch list. Look at this one. So this has got a lot of room, obviously, 2093, almost, over $10 to the next high in the weekly chart. This has had a rough couple of months, 3 months, a rough one. But since, the end of October, has been trying to bounce back. Yeah, see, you're talking with C1 here. It has a little bit of room still to the next low, 1943, 1922 is the next low. Yeah, our position and range filters are really good. I mean, that's when I have all these up here. I can see where is the stock in its lifetime range, 2-year range, 3-month, 12 or year range. And there's position in the days range in 5-minute position position in the range itself, the days range, 69%. So, and when I click on an alert, it was the last one. So, yeah, the IoT, you can see now the position in the range is at 96%. It's not quite at 100%. In other words, 100% would be right at the high of the day. But you can just see there's just a little bit, the high of the day is 33.66, so it's at 33.52. Therefore, it's not quite at the high of the day. Is gold at an all-time high? Really? Over 2,000, I guess? I don't follow gold at all. I mean, that's Barrick, I know. Interesting that Barrick, gold's at an all-time high in Barrick, which used to be one of the kings of gold production in the world, the Canadian company, is just yuck. Just a minute, please. Hey, guys, I'll be out for about a couple of minutes, okay? I will be back. Let me just put the announcement in. Time is at 1:45, say 1:50. Okay, I'll be, hopefully only about 5 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. Hey, company $75 now. Wow. Okay, thank you, Tank. I know I should have typed in GLD, I know. Yeah, I don't think I've ever traded a gold stock. I rarely trade gold stocks or energy stocks just because they're, for me, unless they have very, very specific news about their company, where they're just, for me, they're just too tied into what the sector is doing. And I don't like to trade stocks that are so tied into the sector. That doesn't mean if you're out there saying, well, I do, that's great. That is great. Keep doing it. You're making money doing it, do it. Yeah, I have no idea. Perfect. To me, these are conspiracy things, and I don't. I, I'm sure some of them might be true, but I just don't even care. I'm sorry. There's a lot of anger out there, perfect, and I just tend to be a bit of an ostrich when it comes to stuff like that, hiding. I just don't let it affect me. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right, guys. Well, listen, there's not much happening now for me here. 148. Probably not going to do anything now. The only thing I could consider is that NUZE if it gets a little more volume and it pops through that 315 again. So even though Dell is down for the day still, but it has crawled back from this 68 level. That was probably pretty brief, but just not that interested. I mean, it just looks too boring to me. Another low floater, ALRN, 3.2 million in the float. Hmm. But again, the volume is just light. Yeah, I actually have alt thumbnailed, and yeah, it's trying to curl right around that 4 level. Now the VWAP I think is yeah, the VWAP or the 200 day moving average is actually that's what could stall it. 436. Sorry guys, I need one more break, about 5 minutes. Yeah, shady. It doesn't work the way you think it should, obviously, because what it does is it's looking at the average volume and then multiplying by the price. Okay, and the average volume has no bearing on what it's doing today. So the hack is by if yeah, I don't know. I know you know how to do this. Is if you take you can write a custom formula that takes today's volume, like the today's volume, and multiply that by the VWAP, and that'll give you a very good approximation of the dollar value. Yeah, it's basically useless if you're looking for the intraday action, as Chris is saying, uses 10-day average. But you can take you can write a custom formula, total volume today times the VWAP, and that'll give you that'll be pretty accurate. And as always, Chris, thanks for chiming in. There you go. So that's the formula. Total volume times the VWAP, and that'll be very close. You're back. All right. I was just thinking of you. Seriously, I was trying to think, but why? What was the reason? Oh, I know what the reason was. I know that you would. I know you're not in it anymore, but it would have been an awesome hold. Was the short of Pixie? I know you shorted it earlier, but what an awesome. Now there are no shorts available for me now. I think there might have been some earlier at Interactive Brokers, but what a great short! Okay, so William says he'll keep the room open until 3:30. So at around 3 o'clock, I will take off, but William will keep the room open until 3:30. No screen sharing, nobody's on the mic, but you can still talk amongst yourselves or post amongst yourselves. And in YouTube, I have to shut that down completely, but I'll put the trading room link in before I do shut everything down, so you can, or the YouTube room down, so you can head over to the main room if you still want to talk about trading. Oh, I see. So he had no. Okay. I know they were available yesterday. There were some. I was surprised. I know that some were available yesterday. I didn't really look today because, of course, I was ticked off that I had missed that I'd missed the big run of $3. Just getting out literally probably 15 seconds before. Boy, this IoT, what a great earnings play. And look at that, IoT, 31.91, 33.78, almost $2. So this is like the trifecta, guys. You're seeing it in the option activity, you're seeing it in the momentum, and you're seeing it in the 10-day daily. Actually, the quadracta. I don't even know. It's probably not a word, but because you're seeing it here, 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 and here, and that's the IoT. Let me check my email. I have him. Yeah, I have him at well, I have him at 2 o'clock. Yeah, Cook and Powell at 2 o'clock. He spoke at 11 o'clock. I don't know why he's speaking again. That helped the market. Now, was that really a gap? You don't often see this. That was like a gap in the SPY. So yeah, it looks like he's talking at 2 o'clock. This is not the minutes or anything like that. This is now something that seems to happen now every single day. So let's see what he says, how it affects the market. I agree, Shady. It's not. I don't. Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably the best approximation. We probably, in my opinion, just replace that filter with that with that custom filter. But don't make people have to write a custom. Just replace it with that formula. So so replace the dollar. However well, they're using the 10-day average. So just replace it though with that actual custom formula, and nobody would know the difference, and it'd probably be a lot better. Wouldn't get any questions on it at all. Exactly. I think one of the reasons, I mean, to sort of defend the company, if you will, I don't think when that filter was created, I mean, that's probably one of the, I don't know when it was created. But the company started in 2003. I don't think, for instance, we had VWAP data. So nobody would have thought to do it that way. And it's one of those things. And very few of our customers use it. I wish we'd get rid of, I don't know, half our filters. I know we would tick off, some people, but some of these filters that we've got, they're hardly ever used. Okay, guys. Well, listen, I'm kind of cruising into 3 o'clock. Okay, I doubt if I'm going to do anything new. The only thing I'm keeping an eye on is the GSIW, just in case. I don't think it's going to do it, but just in case it takes out that high. I see that's only been asked for the last 10 years. Real? Hmm. PD just hit. How did that hit? That's impossible. Ah, sorry, no, sorry. Turn, guys, TERN. So this just hit. This is, but you know what? Too close for me to 5 and 509 and all this. When I say hit, it just showed up in the abnormal option activity scanner plus the 10-day daily breakout. But, just because something shows up there, even though I love that combo, when I look at it, I look at it and I just see it could stall at 5 and at 509. And even if I keep looking left, I don't see a lot of room to the next high. I mean, look on the daily chart. You see all these little areas where it could stall. If it were a straight shot before you saw the next high, like the 581 up here, if all of this was below the current price, it'd be awesome. But it isn't. So consequently, for me, it doesn't meet my trading plan or style. So I won't take it. Now, it doesn't mean it's not going to power through all this, but it's just my the way I trade, I won't take it. Ah, never thought of that. It's the first time in, I don't know, years I've seen this. But let's just see, maybe that'll do it. Okay, Tank, IW Pepe 2. Pepe number 2, okay? Never thought of that. Okay, guys, view is on the move. Little bit, just a little bit. It was on the move. Well-deserved retirement, Pepe, yeah. But you're definitely due for a raise. Nothing times nothing. I was waiting for that. Okay, guys, what about this one? Wake me up. WKME. I know it's Walk Me. Well, actually, I didn't know it was Walk Me. I didn't know what it was, but anyway, Walk Me. Okay, don't like it. Just look left. Too much stuff happening. Not that far away. Yeah, there's no question. Some of these sub $1 stocks have been on fire. I just can't. It's just I haven't traded one of those in years. Every time wait a minute, that's not the right one. Oh, wow, this one is coming back now. This ARWR was an awesome short yesterday. Look at this. Look at the short yesterday for AWR. It basically, well, it closed right at the low of the day. and it was basically straight down, not too many. Let's take a look at yesterday's action on the 15. From here, from 23 down, all the way down to 21, straight down, but having a bit of a pop today. But remember, for all the reasons it did this, and it was an earnings play yesterday, was an earnings play yesterday for all the they're still in place. I mean, this is just, people looking at a bottom fishing scenario, and that's what they've done. Early on in the day, it kept moving down below yesterday's low, and then it finally found a bit of a bottom. Give me a moment. Bro, copper. Okay. Well, I mean, it's got a little bit of room, I mean, 1349. The next high looking left is around 1380. There's the turn. Okay, guys. So I'll go over my homepage one last time. Okay. Last time for this week. Actually, William, I thought I would give him half of your salary for keeping the room open till 4 most days. I pay you pretty well, so I'll give him half of your salary. How's that? Okay, guys, click on my homepage link. This is what you're going to see. Again, you want to take out a subscription, here is a promo code you can use, Barry15, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And all I ask you is this: if you decide at any point to take out a subscription, please use the code. The reason being, this room is free. We want to keep it that way. And the way we can keep it free is if you use my code to take out a subscription, the company then knows that the market, whatever little marketing I do all day long, it works or it is working. Okay. Getting started, you must do the getting started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through your ten short videos. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, great series of videos that you can look at. It is free. Stock of the day, I do, is free, of course. And the trade of the week is also free, which was an awesome one this week, the way it turned out. So you can sign up for it. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. And if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And also, if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. I said that all the time because we had so many emails coming in saying, I signed up for the trade of the week. I'm not getting it. And again, most of the time it's probably in a spam folder. Or again, if you have Gmail, it might be in a promotions folder. Education section is right here. And last, my scans. You want my scans? Here they are. Okay. So if you have any questions, great time. I'm probably not going to do too much trading for the balance of the day. I only have about 45 minutes for me. So if you have any questions, don't be shy. So I was thinking, Grumpy, you should be paying me. Of the abuse I take, for sure. Look at that para. It really settled down and turned into just a really, really nice long play after this initial reaction down. And look at this. I mean, just a really, really nice, a couple little bottoming tails, but really, really nice, gentle trade for the day that I'm not in. Again, they had news about potential bundling with Apple's streaming and Paramount streaming in a bundle right here. Apple and Paramount have discussed bundling their streaming services. Speaking of Path, which I just was, look at Path, another new high, guys. Not in it anymore. Another new high now, PATH, Path. Oh, look at this one. Look at Zion here. Another, just like Path. I mean, really, it's not an earnings play or anything, but I mean, it's just sort of just straight up almost. Zion coming right into a daily high. It looks like that's around 39.13. That's Zion. Oh, look at another one like Lyft. I know. I think Tank was talking about Uber earlier. I bet you Uber. I know Uber is a way more doing a lot better than Lyft, but Yeah, I mean, look at that. Look at that lifetime high. 87, it's in the upper range, way in the upper range of its lifetime high for Uber. CIBC, big bank in Canada, CIBC, Canadian Imperial Bank. So nice, had earnings on the 30th. Pretty good, great reaction, actually. I remember TD did not have as good a reaction, not even close. TD had earnings also, Toronto Dominion. Yeah, so it had a recovery, but it's just hanging around the 200-day moving average. Whereas Canadian Imperial Bank, CM, through the 200-day moving average yesterday on its earnings and continuation. All right, let's take a look at Shady and Shot. 498, 460. So what he means is he'll take the trade if it gets up to 498 and he'll put a stop at 460. I can see that right down here, sort of where it came in the 15-minute chart. Surprised at the spread. It's pretty tight. Only 2 cents, penny, 2 cents sometimes. Surprised. All right, guys. Well, listen, I don't see any questions. So I think what I'll do is I'll put myself on mute. And if there's something I have to answer, I'll come right back on the mic. Okay. How do I go about minimizing? Try not to get into anything that has like a crazy wide spread, number one, okay? There's no way you can, get rid of slippage completely, but, I mean, I'll make sure I'm not going to take something that, look at Pfizer, okay? If the spread was 28.92, 29.05, I wouldn't take it, okay? So I will probably only look at things that, have got fairly tight spreads. The only exception for me is if it's something that is really, really trading a lot, not a lot, not well, a lot, but is really moving. Sometimes, I might stick a bid in between and try to get a fill, and that can minimize slippage a little bit. But I mean, there's nothing that's going to. But typically, I'm not in anything that's got such like a terrible spread, which is when you can really get into a bad slippage, if that makes sense. The other thing too is, I'm manually doing my trades. So I'm not trying to auto trade. I'm not trying to, I'm not, I mean, to me, it's when you try to auto trade that you can get nailed with slippage. But I mean, if I'm managing my trades, if I want to take this trade at 28.95 and I'm looking at it, okay, I try to short it right there. If it moved down to 28.94 before I can place my order and I feel like I want to take the trade still, okay, I'll move it down to 28.94. Okay. But I'm not auto trading. So slippage for me anyway is not that big a deal. Well, just like I was saying, if I wanted to short this right now, okay, right now, so I can set up my order and say, okay, I'm going to short at 28.93. It's still there. Like this is something that obviously Pfizer usually has a very tight spread. And if before I could place my order, it went to 92, and I thought, you know what, that's not bad. I mean, it's not the end of the world. I could change my order to 92 and do it. Okay. So I'm manually doing all this. Okay. And that's because I'm not in rarely. Well, I don't know about being quick. I mean, in something like this, I don't think you have to be super quick. But it depends. I mean, if you're talking about some of these low floaters, then if I really have a feel for it and the spread isn't great, what I'll do is I'll stick a bid in with Interactive Brokers. I can stick a mid bid, and I may get a fill. So imagine if this were actually 92 and 29, so an 8-cent spread. I might look at that, go, maybe I'll try to get a fill between that. And so with Interactive Brokers, I can pick mid, and I might get a fill between the bid and the ask. Okay. Wow, look at alt. Amazing. This looks like this could easily just go negative. 50 cents away. Oh, I'm gone. I'm long gone, Sandy Path. I traded some out at different levels. Okay. I took some, before 24, before 25, and then when it started to move down here, I got out of everything. And I got in just around 2360-ish. Okay. Here's where we had the alert, 2351. and it was just, it was sort of, 2 minutes before I like to wait 15 minutes, but it was 2 minutes before, but it showed up here, so I can make a bit of an exception. But I did wait a bit. I didn't take it right at 23.51. Next day opened? No, where did it open? Yeah, well, don't buy this, guys. Got the notice from the Listing Qualifications Department of NASDAQ. NASDAQ believes that the company is a public shell and that continued listing of its security is no longer warranted. Notice also provides that unless the company timely appeals its determination, it would be subject to a delisting. Why in the world it popped up here? Who knows? Wow. Well, I mean, in November 2nd, they basically said we're not a company we're not a company anymore. Sort of, Sandy. I mean, I really don't, I mean, I take stuff off near a whole number. I know it maybe is not the wisest thing to do, but I've been doing it all creating a career, it seems. So seems to work well for me. Just gives me a bit of a bit of not satisfaction. What's the word I want? Takes the worry out that if it goes right back down to my where I bought it, well, okay, I made some money. Yeah, so Finley, you're asking about a stop. So my stop, of course, is a lot of my stopping. It's mental. Okay, so I don't have trailing stops. A lot of how I trade is a little bit of feel. How I think. How I see what's happening, checking the volume. What is maybe the market even doing? My stop is, and of course, if I'm profitable in a situation, my stop is I'm raising my stop constantly. Well, look at this turn, guys. I may be wrong about this one. 513 is the next high. And when I say wrong, I mean this might go right through that 513. The next high is 541. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Sandy, it all depends on how many shares you take. And we don't get into share sizing and all that, but it all depends on how many shares you take. So if I'm going to take off, you know, that first one I probably made about 35 cents, and so I'll take off a little bit. And then I was able to hold for a dollar to the next one, and then a little bit after that. All in all, I mean, for me, it turned out to be a great trade. I don't use Brokerage Plus at all, Finley, for trading. All my trading is in my broker in um, Interactive Brokers within Interactive Brokers. The thing I asked a long time ago. but I said I couldn't do it. I could have I don't even know if I would use Brokerage Plus anyway. I'm just so used to trading from within Interactive Brokers. For me personally, I don't see like a big advantage trading within Brokerage Plus. I know some like it, and if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can trade using this window. But I mean, for me personally, I don't see like a big advantage. I mean, it's prettier, there's no question. But if I could have 2 versions of this open and have this on my other monitor and trade from within, I mean, maybe I would, but I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm just so used to trading from within Interactive Brokers. I'm used to the order entry. Oh, yes, I got it linked. Absolutely. So my yes. So the question was, do I have this linked? So I saw somebody ask that question in the YouTube room. While I was on my break. I'm sure Andy must have answered, but yeah, we have a tool called external linking, or in the tools section, we have something called external linking. Okay. And so what you can do, external linking is just if you are clicking on a lot of alerts all day long, it's just a massive time saver because you can set up a link with your broker so that when I click on an alert like HUT, this automatically shows up in my order entry in Interactive Brokers. Okay. And from there, from within Interactive Brokers, I'm trading, and we link with many brokerage platforms. So it's just a massive, time saver. If I had every time I see an alert, if I had to go over there and type it in, I mean, you could do it. It's manageable. It's doable, I should say. But no, you can set up very simple to set up. Well, again, don't get it mixed up here. The tools external linking, we link with many brokers, okay? Doesn't mean you can use this to trade, and other you cannot use this window to trade unless you have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade. But we can usually link with many other brokers, okay? So that when you click on the alert, it loads into your broker's platform, okay? We do have a special arrangement with Interactive Brokers and E-Trade so that, if you clicked on live, there's a video that shows you how you can actually set this up so that when I click on an alert, it shows up here, I can trade it, and it's trading in my Interactive Brokers account also. Well, not also, it's sending it to my Interactive Brokers account by using this window, okay? But external linking is just again, it's a time saver. So if you had TradeStation as an example, you set up the external linking with TradeStation. So when you click on the symbol, it loads into your TradeStation platform, and from there you trade it, or Thinkorswim, or all the Fidelity. Okay, does that make sense, Finley? Oh, William, you are a gambler. Nexie, going long Nexie. No, there's no way. Yeah, there's no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, well, let's clear up. Let's get rid of that. I think. Okay, so Finley. So I want to make sure you completely understand. We have this window that we call Brokers Plus. You can use it to practice trading. But you can also use it if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. You can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. So when you buy something, it gets sent automatically to your Interactive Brokers account or your E-Trade account. Okay. Only those two. Only those two. You can also, though, set up just Simple external linking. It's got nothing to do with Brokers Plus. Zero to do with Brokers Plus. You set up an external link. So now when I click on a symbol, it loads into my order entry within my broker platform. So even though I'm not using this to trade with Interactive Brokers, I don't have to. I can set up another link to Interactive Brokers, and then have every time I click on a symbol, it loads in the order entry, and from within Interactive Brokers, I trade or Thinkorswim or Fidelity or TradeStation. Okay, we link with many different brokers. But the only one that you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas is Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. So I think the confusing part can be for somebody who's listening to me and thinking, well, I don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. Does that mean I can't use Trade Ideas? No, it just means you don't have access to this feature. Okay, we're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use this. At the very least, if you had to type the symbol in. Okay. It's not mandatory. Even if you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, it's not mandatory to use this window. It's just an option. It's a feature. Okay. So imagine this wasn't here. Imagine this that we didn't have this window. We didn't have this feature called Brokers Plus. You would set up an external link with your broker. You click on the symbol, and it loads into your order entry in your broker, and that's where you trade it from. Just like people have done for forever. You trade from within your broker's platform. This is just a little feature that we have if you want to use it. I should have, I should have done more simulated trading today just to show how it works. I mean, let's just show you how it works. I mean, you click on a symbol, I click on path, I pick how many shares I want to trade. Let's do 200. The bid ask is a penny, so that's easy. Click the buy, send it, and now in the trade. Okay. Now, had you connected to your Interactive Brokers account, this is what you'd see it here. It would have executed within your Interactive Brokers account, but now you see it here. It's just prettier, I guess, than staring at the way Interactive Brokers displays. That's all. And then using this again, this is in the simulator. I'm doing this right in the simulator. And then if I want to get out of the trade, I just flatten it. If I want to get out of half, or I can double my position. If I keep this in and I don't get out of the trade at the end of the day, then it becomes that's how you can practice swing trading. So trading pennies, you're talking about using this window to trade from within Trade Ideas with Thinkorswim or Schwab. I doubt it. We've tried it. They don't care whether we work with them or not. Okay. And I guess there's been not that we don't want to, but so trading pennies, when you say you can do this, you're talking about using this window to trade from within Trade Ideas using Thinkorswim or Schwab. Understanding that you can still link with Thinkorswim, so that when you click on the alert, it'll show up in your platform, and that's where you trade it from. You wouldn't trade it here. Yeah, no. So you're talking about then using Brokerage Plus to trade, connecting to a Thinkorswim account. Yeah, I doubt it. I mean, Chris, if you're still around, I mean, I doubt it. We have enough trouble, no trouble. We have our hands full with Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. But you're not really taking out the middleman trading, okay? Because you're not really taking out the middleman. It's just a different, uh, I mean, when you click it, once you're connected to your external linking, and you click on the symbol, it loads into your platform, and there you trade it. Here, you click on it, and so there's where you would trade it. I don't really consider this like eliminating a middleman by using this. Yeah, so Chris, somebody's asking. I mean, I just have my doubts that we're ever going to have, well, ever's a long time, but question is, Thinkorswim being part of Brokerage Plus, and I said, we've got our hands full with Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. There you go. They don't have a working API, so there's the technical reason. But trading pennies, understand you can do that right now. I mean, maybe I'm not explaining it correctly. You can set up a link with Thinkorswim. So when I click on path as an example, it'll load into your Thinkorswim platform and you trade it from there. Okay. So that is you using now, Chris, you probably have a video, right? You click on tools, external linking, and then you follow, you add the link and then you follow the instructions. I think Chris, you might have a video, right? On how to do it. So he'll post that in there. I'd love to be able to demonstrate it to you, but I don't have Thinkorswim. So I can't demonstrate it to you, okay? But Chris is gonna have a video, and just like he says, you have to launch both Thinkorswim and Trade Ideas as running as administrator. I'm sorry you didn't know that, and I should really repeat this, guys. We have this great external linking tool, and so if you're like me, I'm clicking on a lot of symbols all day long. I don't believe it. Look at William making a fortune on Nexi. We have a float of 658,000, but I mean, okay, so yeah, so again, we link with many brokers. Linking only means clicking on an alert and it loads into your broker's platform. Big time saver if you're clicking on a lot of alerts all day long. Okay. The spread's not even terrible. Unbelievable. I did not think this would have any chance of a bounce like this. Well, guys, for me anyway, this has been a really fun but exhausting week. These low floaters, I mean, they keep you on your toes. And we've had, and again, I don't anticipate any slowdown in terms of what we're seeing with these low float situations. Not until earnings. Well, I mean, it may slow down before earnings season. Next earnings season starts, but I don't see any slowdown. And you have, I can't remember who your broker is, Shady, because this has never been shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Incredible. So this just resumed. Oh, I'm sorry, it got halted and then it resumed. Nexi. All right, I'm all in. How to blow up your account. Okay. What you would not do. Thank you, Tank. Yeah, that's super exciting. And I don't really there's still lots happening. Not inside information really, but there's lots happening and yeah. See how to blow up your account. Do something stupid. Okay. Again, guys, this is in the simulator. Then of course it'll turn around, it'll go up to $10 and I'll go, that would have been a great trade. But no. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I will wrap this up. Before I do go, though, I will put the main room, trading room, and support room. Okay, trading room link in our YouTube room. So if you want to head over, still, and William will keep the main room open until 3:30. Thank you, William, as always. And I don't see any other questions, so I think I will pack it in. So thanks a lot for all the help. My pleasure, trading pennies. My pleasure. Super tired right now, so I will pack it in. So thanks again for all the help all week. I'll stop my screen sharing now and now put myself on mute in the main room. And now I will shut the YouTubers down. Have a great weekend also. See you guys on 9 o'clock Monday morning.